call our Board of Supervisors meeting to order for April 25th, 2017, and we want to welcome each and every one of you to this morning's meeting, and we have a fairly full agenda and I think a very lively one, and we're going to get a chance to dive into that in just a moment. But before we do that, I'll just ask Flo just to very quickly call the roll to establish a quorum, and then read any quick announcements, and then we're going to invite the Sheriff's Honor Guard to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance here in just a moment. So, Flo.
Good morning, Supervisors. Cerna.
Here.
Kennedy. Peters.
Here.
Frost. Here. Natoli.
Here.
And you have a quorum. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the Local Government Affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed captioned and is webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, April 28th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch. Members of the audience wishing to address the board may fill out a speaker slip and hand it to staff. When the chair calls your name, please come to the podium, and also please silence your electronic devices at this time.
Okay, with that then, we'll get underway, and we're going to invite the Sacramento County Sheriff Color Guard to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and so we'll turn it over to our Color Guard to lead us in that. So please stand.
Detail, attend, hup, port, home, forward, march. Detail, halt, post. Post. Colors. Present. Home. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order. Home. Ready? Face. Forward. March.
You may be seated. And how about a round of applause for our Sheriff's Color Guard, please? And since we're going to have our volunteer recognition ceremony here in just a few moments, that's typically how we will kick off the beginning of that. And so again, we want to thanks to them, and certainly to all of our volunteers and folks we're going to recognize for a number of different contributions as we move through the agenda this morning. So we have a bit of business to tend to before we get to that portion. So I'll turn to the clerk, and we'll take up the consent calendar.
Okay, for your consent matters, items 1 through 36. For item 14, you are adopting an ordinance, amending chapters 4.06 and 4.07 of the Sacramento County Code related to general business licenses and tobacco retailer licenses. You waived full reading on this on April 11th. For item number 19, you are introducing an ordinance amending Chapter 16.9 of the Title 16 of the Sacramento County Code relating to construction permit fees, waiving full reading of the ordinance and continuing to May 9th for adoption. For item 21, you are adopting an ordinance amending Chapter 6.87 and 6.88 and repealing Chapter 6.89, Title 6 of the Sacramento County Code relating to marijuana and amending Chapter 16.18, Title 16 of the Sacramento County Code relating to public nuisances. You waived full reading on this on April 11th. And then for item 25, I do need a motion to continue this to May 9th. This is the resolution of intention to purchase approximately 12.64 acres of vacant land located in the Old Florentown Special Planning Area from Farm to Future Associates Limited Partnership to facilitate a community park and urban farm.
So moved.
Okay. Moving second then to continue item 25 till May the 9th. Will that be a timed item or remain on the consent calendar?
I believe it'll remain on the consent calendar for now.
Okay. That's the motion. I don't have anybody signed up on item 25. Nothing further, then please vote.
Unanimous vote. And that concludes my notes.
Okay, I know we have a speaker on item 21, so we'll hold that off of consent for a moment, but let me turn to my colleagues, see if there's any other items you wish to comment on or call out. Ms. Frost? Any items? Okay, Ms. Peters? Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to record a no vote on item number 21.
Okay, so noted. Mr. Cerner?
I, too, am going to record a no vote on item 21.
Okay, so noted. All right, I would just indicate that on item 7, Mr. County Executive, I know I'd ask a question. There have been some response. I just wanted to, in the staff report, it pointed out there had been an increase. Obviously, this is an appropriation increase to cover the cost of dialysis for those that are incarcerated in county jail, prison. But I wanted to make sure that we got some explanation behind what that increase was. It wasn't clear to me what, obviously we need to do this in order to provide proper treatment for folks that are incarcerated, but
We'll provide follow-up information.
if you would. Okay, thanks. All right, with that then let's, we have a speaker on item 21, and so we'll go ahead and call that item. You already read it into the record, it's an ordinance, but call it up if you could, Ms. Madam Clerk.
Sure. Item number 21, adopting an ordinance amending Chapter 6.87 and 6.88 and repealing 6.89, Title 6 of the Sacramento County Code related to marijuana. Also amending Chapter 16.18, Title 16 of the Code relating to public nuisances.
Okay, all right, I have 3 speakers on this item now, so I'll take them in the order I received them. First is Mr. Jackson, James J. Jackson. I know Mr. Jackson has corresponded with us, and thank you for that correspondence. And then that'll be followed by Lucio Dare, or Lucino, and then Angela Day, or Dare.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the members of the board for giving me this time, and thank you for the 2 no votes there. I really do appreciate it. My name is James G. Jackson, Jr. I am a former teacher and a medical cannabis patient, and I am here to implore you today to stop your anti-cannabis actions. I have already sent you multiple correspondences, as has been noted, with information about this topic. And I would just like to stress the following facts. And I would like to stress that these are facts. These can be verified by the New York Times, the LA Times, CNN, and CBS, among several other media outlets. First of all, California is projected to make $1 billion in cannabis tax revenue alone, and laws that hinder revenue collection defeat the purpose of this board. Our county passed Prop 64 by 9%. Banning sale or production of something the majority approves of is inherently undemocratic. And I do say that with all respect. Medical cannabis is already creating job growth. Union membership in groups such as the UFCW skyrocketed when cannabis workers were accepted into their ranks. And lastly, I would just like to say that states with legal cannabis have lower crime rates and fewer opioid overdoses. I've already lost 2 friends to this epidemic. These are just some of the reasons why I am here today. I apologize if I'm speaking quickly. I'm very nervous.
Right, you're
but
fine.
these are just some of the reasons why I'm here today, and I implore this board, since the eyes of the nation are on our state now, as they were with Oregon, Washington, and Colorado, I implore you to not hinder the growth of the cannabis industry. Help it, because times have changed. We have the money. We have the votes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Okay, Lucio, Dari, and followed by Angela. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Lucio, and I just want to thank you for adopting this ordinance. I've lived in this county my whole life, and thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Lucio. Okay, then Angela. Thank you, Lucio. And then we have Mackenzie Wilson. Okay. Couldn't say W. Okay. Good morning.
Good morning. I don't think Lucio counted on going before his mother.
Oh, well, you can come back up. He still had some time left. He can come back up if you like. So.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for taking on this issue. My name is Angela DeRay. I've been a resident of this county for 30 years now. One of the things I have to tell you that I'm also the Director of Prevention for National Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence, and I speak all over the state and also look at this issue all over the country. I have to commend you for having some prudence in this matter. We really have been looking at what's happening in other communities. I think that putting the brakes on an issue is really good thinking. It's really wise. We don't have to decide this way next year or the year after or the year after. But for now, to see what other communities are doing, we have so much evidence that increasing the likelihood of kids using is what happens when we allow things like cultivation or having locations where folks can buy marijuana. It's not something we have to always decide, but I think it's a good idea for us to put the brakes on, and research and science says that as well, as does a lot of the experience that's happened in many communities. So I want to thank Sacramento County. I am proud to be a resident of this county, and I'm grateful that you're really paying attention to this issue.
Thank you, Angela. Thank you both. Okay, and then lastly, I have Mackenzie Wilson. Mackenzie? Good morning.
Good morning. I come to speak, I don't know how to explain that. I kind of disagree.
Okay, that's okay.
What was just said.
Not the first time it's occurred in these chambers, I can assure you. So.
Okay. See, I disagree with what you just said. Marijuana is actually, the lack of science is because of our taboo nature towards it. This is actually something that is practiced to help wean people off of using drugs and things like that, but that's kind of besides my point. What I'm really up here to talk about is the fact that this is a mistake. This is a mistake to allow our county and our city to be behind the rest of the state. I understand doing some due diligence in how we can take preventative measures might be in order, but regardless, putting a ban on this for a year is going to be detrimental not just to the city of Sacramento, but to like the revenue that can come into the jobs that can come into the textile industry that this really is. This is not about smoking marijuana. This is clothing. This is oils, tinctures, medicine. You know what I mean? This is an entire industry that we would miss out on for an entire year. An entire year, it seems like a blink of time, but it is not. Given what's going on across the country right now, right? What's going on across the state and what's going on in up top, we have Oregon, Washington, Colorado, who have come up with a plan to allow for something like this to be created. And I really hope that my Board of Supervisors are going to take the due diligence that it takes to create a plan, because putting us behind is not the way to go. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Mackenzie. Okay, those are the speakers I had on the topic. I have a colleague who wants to speak. I just want to point out for the audience that the ordinance before us allows for the personal cultivation indoors for up to 9 plants. State law, Prop 64 provided for at least 6. We are, by this ordinance, though, prohibiting commercial cultivation and are not providing for dispensaries in the unincorporated area of the county. The 7 cities in this county have the ability to make their own determinations about it, and the city of Sacramento, to comments a moment ago, has chosen a different path. This is consistent with our current ordinance, and again, I appreciate certainly the comments from those who support and those who may see it differently, but that's what's before us this morning. Obviously, there's detail embedded in the ordinance before us. So to my colleagues, Susan Peters, and followed by Phil Cernan. Susan?
Well, Don, you pretty much said what I was going to say. I was going to point out to people that this ordinance is for the unincorporated area of Sacramento County. The cities in Sacramento County will make their own ordinance. And so this is just for the 570,000 people who live in the unincorporated area who barely passed this. It did not pass. The margin was changed primarily by the voters in Sacramento City. And the other is, as Supervisor Natoli said, is that it still allows 9 plants to be grown in your house for medical purposes or recreational purposes. So those 2 things are important for the speakers who are here today to know.
Okay. Thanks, Susan.
Not enough.
Okay.
It's what it is.
Supervisor Cernan, and followed by Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to respectfully request through the chair that we actually take a separate vote on this versus...
Okay, we can call it off the consent for that. Yes, we can. Okay. All right. So noted. We'll do that. Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Supervisor Kennedy.
I wasn't going to speak. I think I spoke enough last time on this, but since we all were chiming in, I thought I would once more just reiterate that I think that the status quo isn't working and that we continue to do the same thing. And if you just go into many of the neighborhoods in the unincorporated area of Sacramento County, you'll see the illegal grows growing more and more and more, and us not having the ability to regulate those and put them in a place that's more appropriate and safer for the neighborhoods and the community. And of course, that was illustrated by another shooting related to an illegal grow house in South Sacramento on Sunday. So if we continue to just ignore this, in my mind, status quo is not working. So that's why I have been voting against this and will continue to do so.
Okay. All right. Any other comments by members of the board? Then we have the consent calendar has been asked that we call this out specifically so we can do that, pull it off the consent calendar, entertain a motion on the ordinance.
Okay, and move item 21.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to approve item 21, the ordinance before us. Again, acknowledging some of the comments that we've received. Nothing further by board members, please vote.
And the motion carries with Supervisors Cerna and Kennedy voting no.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then we'll move to the balance of the consent calendar, please.
I'll move the balance of consent.
All right.
Second.
Okay, moving second to approve the consent calendar. Balance of that. If nothing further, had no other folks signed up on any item on that consent calendar. Anyone else? Any other item? If not, then please vote.
Unanimous vote.
And then I'll turn to our county executive, who embedded in all that. We did have an appointment that we want to call out and introduce someone. So, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the board. It is my pleasure today, and thank the board for appointing Mike Penrose as our new administrator, also deputy county exec for Public Works and Infrastructure. Mike has been with us since 1991. Since 2006, he's been on various director level position, and I believe that he is a very good candidate to have for us to head that agency up. And with that, I would like to bring Mike in to make some comments.
Okay. Congratulations, Mike.
Good morning, members of the board and county executive. Let's see, I just wanted to acknowledge that it's a great honor to be selected for the opportunity to serve as the agency administrator of the new agency, Public Works and Infrastructure. I have had the opportunity over the past few years to work with many of the departments and groups that are embedded in the new agency structure, and I'm looking forward to the opportunity to continue to work with those groups as well as others to bring forward the important services that we provide for public works and infrastructure to all the citizens in Sacramento County. It's just really an honor to have an opportunity to be able to do that. And I want to thank the county executive for acknowledging me as, and offering me up for the opportunity to do it, and your board endorsing that. I think there's wonderful opportunities in this new structure that's going forward for us to enhance and improve the services that we provide to the citizens of Sacramento County. So thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Mike.
All right, congratulations, Mike. Good choice, Mr. Gale.
Thank you.
All right, with that, any other announcements? If not, then we'll get into some of our recognitions, and we'll take up the bulk of the volunteer recognitions in a moment, but we have a few other presentations in advance of that. So if you want to, I guess I'll be coming down and call those out.
Item 37 is the presentation of resolution honoring the life and contributions of Bernard Marks, Holocaust survivor and educator.
Morning, Bernard.
Good morning, myself.
Okay. I'm going to take a moment, and Bernard, he's prepared to offer some comments as well, but we are very, I think, privileged and certainly pleased to have with us today a gentleman who I've known for a number of years. He resides in District 5, but has been a member of this community for many, many years, but has, and I think certainly represents a real profile and courage. This gentleman, as you're going to hear in just a moment, and you'll be hearing from him in just a moment as well, is a Holocaust survivor. And I know this morning I heard on the news, and maybe as well as others on the way in, that the president and administration earlier today was recognizing in Washington, D.C. Some of the Holocaust survivors, as well as obviously some of the World War II veterans who were there to enter the camps and free some of the survivors. And this gentleman, Mr. Marks, that stands next to me, is one of those survivors. And his story is very compelling, one obviously that was shared by many, but again, as time has passed and folks have passed away, those who have lived that experience and really tell the story of the Holocaust during World War II are becoming fewer in numbers, and we're again very privileged to have Mr. Marks here this morning. So the reason we have Bernard here is, one, to certainly hear from him and recognize his good work as an ambassador for this community, but certainly for this country and the world in telling the story. And so I'm going to take just a moment and go through the resolution, because I think it captures certainly a snippet of his life, but also the reason why we're recognizing him here this morning. Bernard has dedicated his long and fruitful life to the service of humanity, after facing some of the greatest challenges posed to mankind over the past century. And from it all, he emerged with determination, compassion, and a soulful wisdom which he consistently shares with others, particularly focusing on younger people. Bernard was born in 1927 as Bear Makowski in Lodz, Poland. He was a grandson of 2 rabbis, son of a business entrepreneur, and member of an extended family of 200. Remember that number in a moment, because it's going to be very striking when I move through this. Bernard, at the age of 7, was swept up in the Nazi occupation of his homeland. He was shipped to the infamous German concentration camps, including Auschwitz and Dachau, where his life was spared due to his, quote, angel father's intervention, and where he and others did hard labor and survived on a daily piece of bread and a bowl of soup. He was liberated by the 12th Armored Division in 1945 and soon learned that only 5 of his family members had survived the Nazi death camps. Following the war, Bernard immigrated to the United States, where he was met by the words of Emma Lazarus as he came to this country. Quote, "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free," and began a new life serving in the United States Armed Forces as an Army soldier, where he received 2 Bronze Stars for his service, a presidential citation from President Harry S. Truman, and a citation from the Korean president for his work in that country. Of note, Bernard also served as a witness at the Dachau trials for war crimes committed by the Nazi government. In 1954, Bernard moved to California, where he worked for Aerojet as an engineer. He raised his family here in this community and simultaneously started on a path as an educator, lecturer, and messenger of Tikkun Olam? Tikkun Olam, which stands for Heal the World. And through his tireless commitment, Bernard has educated thousands and thousands of young students and adults on the injustices and inhumanity of the Holocaust. He recorded many hours and numerous hours of moving testimony and online video, and has authored books with the aim of furthering humanity, education, and justice, with justice being very close to his heart. Bernard has touched the hearts and minds and lives of people as he's spoken throughout the world. He's gone to numerous schools. He's gone to schools here in our community, but certainly up and down the state and throughout the country and abroad. He's spoken at universities around the world. He's volunteered to help young offenders, established the Eleanor J. Marks Foundation to help preserve the Holocaust essays of young students, and has actively volunteered with many nonprofit organizations for decades in this community. And Bernard has been nationally and internationally recognized for his lifetime of work, including receiving the 2014 and 2015 Man of the Year awards from the Jewish community, the Akiba Award, and the Volunteer Spirit Award, along with many other civic and national awards and citations. So it is today, this Board of Supervisors, certainly as chair of the board, on behalf of the people of this community, Bernard, that we want to recognize you and commend you for your courage, your compassion, and your lifetime of work in which you've dedicated yourself to telling the difficult lesson of history, so that the tragic events of your time and of our times are not ever again repeated. In closing, with deep appreciation and gratitude, it can be said of Bernard Marks that never losing faith in humanity and his value of education, he continues to speak to all of our better angels. And so this board congratulates you, we commend you, we applaud you. We had an audience just for you, Bernard, so I'll turn it over to you for a few moments.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I am grateful for this proclamation that recognizes the importance of keeping our history, both the proud and the shameful, alive for future generations. One day, in not too distant future, there will be no more Holocaust survivors to teach these lessons from direct personal experience, who know the signs of danger that arise from both evil ambition and fear, ambition that can accompany unchecked political power, and the fear inflicted on people who become the victims of those who will abuse their power. Unfortunately, I feel that fear is rising in people across this country and right here in the Sacramento County. The fear of being ripped away from your American-born children, the fear of being attacked and persecuted because you are a Muslim or Latino or Jewish, and I'm afraid that this is happening today. I thank you for the acknowledgement, the importance of my work, especially in this current political climate. And let me close by telling you just a short and personal story. I spent most of my childhood in Nazi ghettos, Auschwitz and Dachau, and their subcamps. It was a childhood you would not wish on anyone. When I sailed into the harbor of New York as a young refugee for sanctuary from humanities that millions suffered, I was met by this big lady of liberty who made the people like me an offer. Give me you tired, you poor, you huddled messes, yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these homeless tempters to me. I lift my lamp besides the golden door. I want these words of M.L. Lazarus to guide this country and this community in Sacramento, to guide this country for our citizens here to have the courage to continue to offer the same sanctuary of peace, opportunity for people who need our help. Thank you for your thoughtfulness and your time. Shalom.
Hey, Don, could we all come down and join you?
Oh, yeah, come on. Yeah, come up, sure. Yeah, come on down. Yeah, get a picture with everybody. I usually get the back row when we have a...
Item 38, presentation of resolution recognizing Capital Region Small Business Week, April 30th through May 6, 2017.
Thank you, and we have a PowerPoint. Good morning, Chair Natoli, honorable board members. I'm Clark Whitten with the Office of Economic Development. We are here today to recognize the second annual Capital Region Small Business Week, which is May 1st through May 5th. This is a local effort to recognize entrepreneurs and small businesses. According to a recent census, 94% of all businesses in Sacramento County are small businesses. The entire week is designed to connect small businesses with local resources and celebrate the important role they play in our region. Our local effort, Capital Region Small Business Week, was started last year by the U.S. Small Business Administration and SMUD. And this year, Sacramento County is the host of Roadmap to Success Small Business Symposium. Our event is going to be at the McClellan Park Event Center, May 2nd from 8 to 2. On hand, we'll have resources to help businesses start and grow by providing expertise in permitting, licensing, mentoring, business opportunities, and funding solutions. And we are expecting over 250 attendees. Now, I would like to invite Joseph McClure, Sacramento District Director for the U.S. Small Business Administration. After Joseph's brief comments, we will have the rest of the committee representatives come forward to accept the resolution and take a photo with the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you so much, Chairman Natoli and members of the board. I'm excited and privileged to stand here before you, but I'm actually humbled to be able to stand at the podium that Bernard stood at. That was incredible. So my remarks are going to be a little screwed up here after hearing that. But as every year since 1963, the President of the United States has issued a proclamation announcing National Small Business Week, which recognizes the critical contributions of America's entrepreneurs and small business owners. And as the only federal agency focused on entrepreneurship and small business, I'm excited to be the District Director for the SBA here in Sacramento. And as was mentioned, there is some discord going on right in this country. Our new administrator was just confirmed by the Senate, Linda McMahon, 89-11. So as you can see, small business entrepreneurship is really a bipartisan topic, and I think one that we can all get behind. More than half of Americans either own or work for a small business, and they create 2 out of every 3 jobs in the U.S. each year. So yeah, we've got big business, we've got government, but really what's the backbone of the U.S. economy? It's small business and entrepreneurs. So what I'd like to do is recognize and call up the team that made up the 2017 Capital Region Small Business Week Planning Committee, and then we'll have a photo. So SMUD, Sacramento Municipal Utility District. Got the Sacramento Business Journal. California State Board of Equalization, the Capital Region Small Business Development Center, the Sacramento Metropolitan Chamber of Commerce, the Sacramento Asian Pacific Chamber of Commerce, California Capital Financial Development Corporation, and the California Capital Women's Business Center. Only a few more. City of Sacramento Economic Development, City of Elk Grove Economic Development, and last but certainly not least, the County of Sacramento Economic Development and the Business Environmental Resource Center. This was truly an effort with all these organizations coming together and as a collection recognizing small businesses and putting a week together next week that I already told my wife, if I see you like 5 minutes next week, it'll be a lot. Because we're going to be all over the place. But anyway, thank you so much.
Well, very quickly, again, Joseph, and certainly to all the partners here that have worked to put together a really active week, but certainly I think to focus on small businesses in this community on a daily basis and what they contribute is very, very important. So we certainly applaud all of you for your good work and those organizations you represent. And it sounds like you're going to have a really busy week. Yeah, so, anyway, so we have a proclamation, and we have frame copies. And are you going to come up?
Don, before you take the picture, I just want to say we had an event in Arden Arcade last week announcing the symposium. Tons of people there. There are close to 1,700 small businesses just in Arden Arcade, and they really are the backbone of our community. And I have spoken a couple times at the symposium, and it's always well attended, and I encourage anyone watching to come to symposium because it's impressive, interesting, and you'll meet a lot of people, and maybe you can do some business with each other.
Good.
So congratulations to all of you.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay. Come in close. Smile. Okay, very good. Thanks, Gabriel. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Hey, good to see you. Thanks.
Item 39 is the presentation of resolution recognizing May is Bike Month in Sacramento County.
Okay, Marilyn. Morning. See you. Well, with me is Marilyn Bryant, and again, a familiar face when it comes to certainly this event, but I think with the advocacy that she's done certainly with our TMAs and with working with the city and county and the cities and certainly the region has certainly done a lot of good work, and thank you, Marilyn, for your efforts and for being here this morning. This is kind of an annual recognition. I know this board over the years has proclaimed May as Bike Month many, many occasions, but again, this year we highlight the aspects of not only biking during May, but certainly throughout the course of a year. And I think one of the things that really made the news here in the last few weeks is that bike share is coming to Sacramento. So if you don't have a bike, you don't have to worry about owning one anymore. Now you can share somebody else's, right?
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, a lot of communities have that, and I think from the standpoint of exercise, but clean air, and alleviating congestion and addressing issues relative to I think just the footprint of our community and having a healthier community, but one that uses different modes. Certainly, biking and walking, along with the other ways we get around, is a very, very important aspect. I think has grown in popularity, but we've grown in the appreciation that our community has for biking. And I know that at least one member of our board keeps a bicycle in his office. So, Mr. Cerna.
Another one has it down in the garage.
Oh,
too,
yeah, that's
so.
right. And one keeps one down in the garage. So. And if I biked in, I have to stay overnight so I could get home the next day. So it's a little bit of a trek. But at any rate, Marilyn, in all seriousness, we want to certainly recognize the efforts of all of our folks who worked to put on this event throughout the course of a month. And I know that there's some challenges regarding tallying how many miles you bike and so forth, and there's different events. One that we want to highlight, and maybe you can talk a little more about it, is what's now being termed the Great Scott bike and walk event. It's the 7th annual, and it includes some of the scenic countryside in the eastern part of the county that both Supervisor Frost and I happen to represent immediately, but certainly are on the rolling foothills in the area between Rancho Murrieta and the city of Folsom, Rancho Cordova, and El Dorado County, who all participate in that event. And I'll let you tell more about when that is and how people can sign up if they want to participate in that. But again, we want to recognize the efforts of all those who work to put on the events during May is Bike Month in 2017, but also the fact that you can bike anytime, any day. And I would just note that our county executive, he makes a bit of a biking trek a couple times a week. So you keep your bike in your office?
No, take it home, then bring it.
Take it home, bring it back. Okay. But so again, there's some folks who are leading the way here in the county organization, and again, we want to join with the community in proclaiming May as Bike Month here in Sacramento County, and know that it makes for healthier citizens and communities through the many benefits bicycling and walking offer. So with that, I'm going to give this to Marilyn, and you can share, cut it up in pieces if you want, with your team. At any rate, share with us, Marilyn, some of the other activities if you would.
All right. Thank you, Board of Supervisors. From here I'm going to a conference, UC Davis professor on the revolution in transportation, and I know you're all seeing that revolution. So before you eventually call for a bot to buzz down the street with this little suitcase-like thing and bring you your stuff from the pharmacy or the grocery store, you could think about, wow, maybe I should just go ride my bicycle over there instead. Or before you get in the car that's going to drive you around without you even having to be behind the wheel, you might think, wow, if I got on my bicycle, I would be just full of joy. It's amazing. Sometimes I think, oh, but I got to get this and that together and go, and then I get out on the bike and start riding, and it's just wonderful. And so we have every year people start riding in May because there are so many other organizations that have taken this on and said, oh, it's Bike Month, we can do this or that. It's just wonderful. If you go to mayisbikemonth.com and look at the calendar of events, you'll see all kinds of things that we don't even have to put together anymore. But the one that we're very happy about, and it's just another, wow, this is wonderful to be on my bicycle, is Sunday, May 7th, when you can get out there now 30 miles, more than 30 miles of incredibly beautiful roads to be on and not have to think about a car there because it's bicycles and pedestrians for 30 miles out around Scott Road. You can, and there are, if you go to the website, Great Scott, what is it? BikeGreatScott.com. BikeGreatScott.com. You'll see the map. You'll see all the different entrance places you can come in. There's going to be music, events, food trucks all day. So from 8 to 10, the fast bicyclists will be out. And then from 10 to 3, everyone will be out bicycling on those roads. And it's just a glorious thing to be out in the fields and going through the trees without having any cars on the roads. So thank you very much. And I hope to see you out there bicycling during May.
Thanks, Marilyn.
Okay.
Bring the team up from the
And I would just
county.
note that Mike Penrose, who we met a little earlier this morning, but I know that he and the Department of Transportation with the county, certainly they've been a real main force behind the Great Scott Bike event, and have actually done one down the Delta, and Bob as well. I know you guys have been a part of this, and certainly want to compliment you. Just remember, be nice to the cows when you're out there. Right? Okay. Oh, you're going to take a picture? Anybody else? Give Mike, anybody else? Well, you're going to be in the picture. Get somebody to take it. You've been doing this for a while. Get in here. Don't be shy. Come on.
Okay.
Thanks again.
All right.
Thanks again. Okay. Great. Okay, let's go to the volunteer.
Okay.
Okay, it'll be quick. Okay, all right, quick.
Item 40, review and comment on the first 5 Sacramento Commission's 2018 strategic plan.
Okay, we have Julie Galileo with us, and then this will be our last order of business, then we'll take up the volunteer recognition, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right, so bear with us, and we'll get to you, all of you, in just a moment. So, good morning, Julie.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm pleased to present to you today our strategic plan for fiscal years 2018 through 2021. And this plan is our roadmap to how First Five will invest to have comprehensive services, prevention and early intervention services for children and families. As you can see from this graph, First Five has fewer dollars to invest in our upcoming strategic plan. That's primarily due to our decreasing revenue, fewer people smoking, as well as our strategic spending down of our reserves over the past decade. So in 2009, the Commission stepped in and helped assist the county to fund some critical services that would have gone away during the recession. Some of those services include medical clearance exams, oral health screenings, lactation consultants for WIC, our crisis nurseries, as well as our Birth and Beyond program. The 2018 strategic plan will have a 21% reduction overall in our budget. And this is the first of 2 step downs that will happen, the next step down in 2021. To help guide us through the process of our strategic planning, the Commission developed 6 strategic funding principles, which you see here. The toughest one of these principles to implement in the planning process was make narrow and deep investments. It meant that we couldn't continue funding everything sort of at a shallow level. We had to really sort of prune and narrow down our result areas to get to something sustainable for us to continue. This is just a quick slide on our roadmap for how we did the strategic planning process. First, we gathered our data, and you should have a copy of the trend report in your packet. Next, we reviewed our 15 current result areas. We knew we had to narrow those down, so we developed a set of criteria and then applied the criteria to each of the 15 result areas. That helped us score what came out as the top priority. After scoring them, we brought them out to the community and asked for community input from parents and providers to see if it resonated with them as well. And here you can see the results of what we ended up with in our strategic hierarchy. We pruned from 15 to 10 results. We kept our major headings, which were health, early care and development, and empowered families. And we will use a 2-pronged approach through this strategic plan to address those 10 result areas. The result areas you see in yellow, those are direct services, mostly funded partners, county and government agencies, school districts, nonprofits, to provide direct services. The green boxes that you see are more of systems change work through policy, through public education and awareness, and also through some leveraging of additional dollars. And then the hybrids, the sort of yellow and green, those result areas will incorporate both direct services and systems change work to impact change. Beginning on page 16 of the strategic plan, you'll see that each of our 10 result areas has a page dedicated to covering the specific topics that you see on this slide. And rather than going through all 10 of those with you, I just selected one to highlight and kind of walk you through what that looks like in the plan. So the first one that you'll see is on increased breastfeeding. So we looked at breastfeeding rates among the total population and sort of talked about the need as well as within specific race and ethnicities. We developed 3 indicators to watch to track on this result area, and we identified 2 direct service strategies that could be implemented and 5 of our policy systems change strategies. So in the plan, you'll see 10 pages of this dedicated to why each result area is needed and what direction we're headed to when we create the implementation plan, which is sort of where our greater detail will be provided. And of course, we learned a lot throughout the process of creating the strategic plan. We learned that our trend reports showed us that we still have disparities in our community, and that while we held the community forums and really tried to get feedback from parents out in all districts, many parents, we purposely went to parents who weren't part of our provider network, who weren't receiving services, but many parents still didn't even know that First 5 existed, and they were sort of excited to learn about these, but it showed that we needed to probably get the word out, continue to do better to get the word out about what services are available. We discovered that we cannot meet the need alone. This plan helped us to identify some areas where we could tap existing or new partners to leverage their funding to do some of our work. And we decided to create a systems sustainability plan that will be brought to the Commission in August that really highlights how we plan to bring in new dollars or leverage other funding or create policies that will help us toward our end of ensuring children have what they need to succeed. And finally, we have to be more strategic with our financial resources. Again, learning of others that are funding in this area, and then hopefully co-funding with them in the future. Oops, sorry. This is our 3-year spending plan. We have a little over $60 million, or about $20 million per year to spend. That is a 21% roughly reduction. 90% of our funding will be direct investment into programs. 7% is our administration, and then a 3% is used for evaluating our investments, making sure that we are being successful in those investments. Just load those all in. So what's next is that once we have our strategic plan finalized, that's sort of what we want to achieve, then we'll create an implementation plan, which has more of the details about how much funding will go to each result area and the types of programs that we would fund. We'll create that system sustainability plan that I mentioned to identify policy opportunities, parent engagement, and maximizing our financial resources. And once those 2 are done, then we'll do an evaluation plan, help us track what we are trying to achieve. All of those pieces will be complete by the fall, and then we can start our competitive bid process to award contracts. The new plan does have some implications for the county because there is a reduction in our investment. And all of the programs, all of our continuing programs will be taking a cut of anywhere between 10% and 40% moving forward. And First 5 internally is taking up cuts to our operations as well. Specifically, we're looking in for county-funded programs. Many of those programs that we picked up in 2009 will receive cuts or be eliminated. And overall, we have $5 million less to spend in your districts, which means fewer people will be served. But we are doing our very best to try to identify others who can pick up some of those programs and can work with us.
Excuse me just a second, Julie. Mr. Cerna?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Julie, I don't know if you're going to get to it or not, but you do have Birth and Beyond cited here, especially as it relates to crisis intervention. And I just want to kind of give our board a preview of coming attractions. I was given my first 5 briefing yesterday for the upcoming meeting, and in that briefing, Julie presented a number of slides that had, I think, some very compelling information relative to the investment that is made through Birth and Beyond, administered, at our 9 family resource centers, as it relates to decreasing the human toll and certainly the fiscal costs associated with CPS intervention. Correct. And so I'm herewith asking Julie to keep that in mind, perhaps for a future separate presentation for this board, perhaps even as it relates to some of our budgetary deliberation that will occur in 2 months' time, because I think it's very relevant, and it's not incidental. It's actually pretty impressive the depth to which, especially the Birth and Beyond investments made in part through First Five, but certainly through our own Department of Health and Human Services department, are really producing great returns, I think, when it comes to the recidivism of parents and children that have been touched by CPS.
Definitely, not just for the 0 to 5, but the families with children 6 to 17 years of age. Sure. Also. Dropping those recidivism rates is key, and that's what our commission will be hearing about from the Center for from CAPSI coming up next month. So,
could I just ask a question on that, sure, though, and maybe to you, Nav? We get this as the presentation of the strategic plan, but I think this page that's currently up on the screen certainly calls to mind, I think, concerns that I would have. I mean, it certainly drew my attention to Birth and Beyond, but even the Smile Keepers. And we've enjoyed the opportunity to have this investment, certainly in families and children in this community, working side by side with Department of Human Assistance, Department of Health and Human Services in the county, a whole lot of nonprofit providers. I guess I'm concerned as you're doing budget development, if this comes at a time when you're currently putting together a budget. I don't know how this has been taken into consideration or not, but I guess I would suggest to maybe build off of Mr. Cerna's comments that this needs to be taken into account, because if we're not, then we're going to be presented with certain aspects that have been supplemented by First Five that are going to be deficited when we have the conversations in June. So I guess my point is that this needs to be taken into account, and I would expect that the presentations leading up to budget, but certainly for June budget discussions, that we have some indication what this means, because if it's not made up here and it's not made up over here on the county side, then that means people fall through the cracks. And again, we're still responsible, as Mr. Cerna said, for CPS, for foster family support, for a whole lot of things. And a lot of times we things go by the wayside, and then we just end up picking it up somewhere else and paying the cost there, both human costs as well as contributions from county sources that are limited to begin with. So I guess I would ask that this get into the analysis if it isn't already incorporated. So, okay, thanks.
And one thing I can say about that is these are cuts that are coming in 2018-19, so it wouldn't affect our next year. The budget that y'all are working on right now, we're in the 3rd and final year of our current strategic plan, but we like to plan a year in advance so we can address some of these issues and give a lot of time for forethought and planning, so that we're not just pulling out
Thank you for that clarification. It does say 2018. So
yes, 18-19, yeah. Okay. That concludes my my presentation, so I'm happy to answer any questions.
There's what it's all about, all those little
That's
toddlers,
exactly what it's about.
Okay. All right. Any questions for Julie and the strategic plan?
Just hearty thank you to all of our very capable staff and committee members and those that have really done the hard work to apply some careful thinking about the future of how we work with less and continue to do some great things in this community.
Yeah. Thank you very
much. And I would just note, too, that you basically had a call out to the community here just a few months ago. And again, I know that Supervisor Cerna, but your entire commission, along with a number of folks who are experts, certainly in both education and in health, came together for a session for a better part of an afternoon. And I would just say I think that was important because you laid out the essence of the strategic plan, but also I think preparing folks not just for the reduced funding, but I think for kind of the what next, as one of your slides pointed out. So I want to certainly compliment you, and I think that was a good call to action, and I think will lend itself hopefully to some strengthened partnerships as we look forward to the years to come. So
thank you, and thanks to all of you who came to that event. It really meant a lot to have you there.
Okay, thanks, Julie.
Thanks.
Okay, this is a receive and file, and if there's no other comments, then we'll put this into the consideration for budget development and program outlines as we look to the years to come. All right. That's the last order of business. Then, before we get to one of the main parts of the agenda this morning, that is our volunteer recognition. So you want to call that item, Flo?
Yep. Item 41 is the presentation of resolution honoring Sacramento 2016 Outstanding Volunteers.
Okay. We want to, again, welcome all of you. And as we do each year, we take an opportunity during one of our sessions in the spring to acknowledge outstanding volunteers in Sacramento County, many of whom are here this morning, but many whom aren't able to join with us. But I think as you get a chance to hear some of the contributions of folks that are seated next to you and the rows behind you, in front of you, you get a real sense that of the breadth and the depth of the volunteer contribution to the quality of life here in our community. And so we are here to appreciate you today, and I know we have a very good MC who I'm going to call forward in just a moment, who will help work us move to the program and recognize many of you in the audience. And we do have a reception afterwards out in the foyer. And so once we get through this, we will invite all of you to stay and join us for that, and we'll take a brief break from our board session to join you as well. So with that, again, with our thanks to start out with, I'm going to invite Erin Morey to the dais or to the podium and ask her to make some opening comments. And she's you just heard the first 5 strategic plans. She also serves with the first 5 commission staff, and so she's kind of doing double duty here this morning. So Erin, good morning. Thanks. Let's give her a round of applause before she starts. Let's go.
Thank you, Chair Natoli, and good morning, Commissioners. So now I'm going to turn around the microphone so you guys see the back of me, and then I will address the crowd. This is not normal. So when you get dressed in the morning this way, you dress backwards, so this part looks good. So it definitely has been an eventful morning, and as part of First Five, I'm glad you got to hear a little bit about it, and the morning is just going to get better because today we are here to recognize you. It is our annual ceremony to recognize outstanding volunteers, and it is an honor for me to present this ceremony and MC it for the 3rd year in a row. So all of Sacramento County's programs support a wide variety of needs in our region, and we couldn't do it alone. We rely on volunteers just like every single one of you to help deliver these essential services that make Sacramento County such a great place to live. Now, isn't Sacramento County a great place to live?
Yes.
So before we get started with the program, we want to acknowledge county leadership for making this ceremony a priority to recognize you, our volunteer champions. I would like to thank the Board of Supervisors, the County Executive Nav Gill and the Executive Cabinet, and the Personnel Department that plans this event. So we have a full room. So it is an honor to see so many family members that you extended this invitation to come out today and acknowledge your dedication and your service. Just seeing a full room is wonderful. But I'm wondering, how many times have you been here? Raise your hand if this is the first time that you've been in the board chambers. Pretty impressive, isn't it? This is where a lot of the major decisions in the county are made, and you got to see that today.
You can come back anytime, though. You're welcome anytime, so you don't have to be shy.
You can talk anytime for 3 minutes. Okay, so let's get started with some of these phenomenal numbers. So volunteers, over 9,000 volunteers that we had, and the hours you dedicated are more than 381,000. What that comes out to is over $10 million of your time, and I think we all need a round of applause for that. So even though as volunteers you do not get paid, we took those hours of service and we calculated that total value and have an honorary check that we would like to present to the Board of Supervisors. So if I could get the Board of Supervisors to come on down, we'll take a picture with the check. We would like to present a symbolic check to you representing the significant value of our volunteer work dedicated in 2016. Now let's take a few pictures. That's $10.7 million in hours, and we'll present it right back there. So now we're going to get on with recognizing our departments. And if Chair Natoli would like to come down here, then he can take photos with all of the resolutions being presented today. So we are honoring 6 departments and nearly 200 people. And so we know you want to take your pictures, and we know you want to post them on Facebook and Twitter. So we ask you that you please tag Sacramento County at #SacramentoCountyCA. We'd love to see all your pictures on there. But we do ask that you please stay on the steps, because we have a professional photographer here today. You saw her, and she will get those photos to your volunteer coordinator by the end of the day, and they will be really nice high-resolution photos.
You can Photoshop me out if you want. So.
Our first presentation is from Animal Care and Regulation. Many of you know this as the Bradshaw Animal Shelter. I would like to bring down Department Director Dave Dickinson and his volunteer coordinator Celeste Ingrid here today. Please join me at the podium.
Good morning, Chair Natoli and board members. It's my privilege to be here today to pay recognition and give thanks to not only the volunteers at the Bradshaw Animal Shelter, but all the volunteers throughout the county, the thousands of volunteers that give their time and effort on a yearly basis. Today, I'd like to recognize a special volunteer, Mr. Dave McClanahan. If you'd come down here, Dave. He's been a Dave McClanahan has been a volunteer at the shelter for 23 years. I've known him for the last 17 years. Not only is he a volunteer at the shelter, but he's also been a county employee for over 30 years. He is a jack of all trades in the Bradshaw shelter. He does a lot of the things that nobody else can do. He drives a pickup and trailer for us to pick up donated food donations from large grocery outlets, which allows us to have a pet pantry program for the underprivileged folks in Sacramento County that have pets that don't have the needed income to provide them the necessary food on a monthly basis. So those people can come to the shelter and pick up a free bag of food or 30 or 60-day supply of food. He also does a lot of cleanup around the shelter in his spare time. We've got a large warehouse, we've got a sally port and a barn area. A lot of times donations come in, and donations tend to grow and multiply, and gets kind of out of hand sometimes, and he volunteers his services to come in there and clean up that mess and reorganize for us, allows us to put those donations to a better use. He also drives a truck that pulls the Batmobile, which is the Bradshaw Animal Assistance Team mobile spay-neuter clinic. And it also does vaccine clinics on Sundays throughout the year. He pulls that out there in the morning, stays for the event a lot of times, and then brings it back to the shelter in the afternoon. That's a program that also helps the people in need out there in the community. So he's doing this with us for the last 23 years, 17 that I know of. He's a selfless individual. He's also a very good cook and chef. He provides, on many occasions throughout the year, special luncheons for the staff and volunteers at the Bradshaw Shelter. And that we appreciate him for as well. So congratulations, Dave, on being selected one of our outstanding volunteers.
Thank you.
Need a picture? Oh, good.
Step right back here and we'll do a group.
We have Celeste Ingrid here, our volunteer coordinator, to present the next outstanding volunteer recognition.
Thank you. Good morning. We have a very special, or representation of a very special group of volunteers here today. I'd like to call down Laura Delight, Sarah Delight, and I think we're missing Vicki Oberg. I'm so sorry. Vicki Oberg. And I'd also like to, these are 3 of the 5 coordinators of the STAMP program, and I'll talk a little bit about the STAMP program shortly here, but let's get them down. And I'd also like to call down 2 team members of the program, Dalton Branson and Joanna Turner. Come on down. So the STAMP team program, well, STAMP stands for Sacramento Teen Animal Membership Program, and it's a fantastic teen program at the Bradshaw Shelter. It was established in 2013, and since that time has grown to more than 100 teens, ages 12 to 18, who support the shelter in many ways. I want to mention that Dalton here has been with the program. He's one of the founding members since 2013. We're also missing from the lineup here 98 plus volunteers of the program who were part of the 2016 program, and also 2 coordinators, Teresa Calas and Miguel Mercado, who could not be here today. But let me tell you a little bit about the program. So this is a fantastic group of kids who come into the shelter every other weekend, every other Saturday and Sunday. They overrun the shelter, and you can find them in the classroom doing creative projects such as making humane education bulletin boards to inform the people coming into the shelter about different topics, whether it's hot dogs or kitten season, cruelty and neglect, various other craft projects and signage for the shelter. You'll find them cleaning windows, you'll find them doing laundry and dishes and other manual tasks throughout the shelter. They work as hard as any adult in the shelter, and they are a fabulous team. The program itself is truly unique in that it cultivates their personal and interpersonal skills. The kids come from a variety of backgrounds. Some are shy, some are more introverted, some are very open and gregarious, and they complement each other wonderfully, and they make the most cohesive team. Beyond that, the program itself allows for their hidden talents to bloom and gives them skills that they'll take forward into their adulthood. One of the biggest accomplishments of the program has recently been the inclusion in a PBS documentary series called Shelter Me, which focuses on unique and innovative programs within municipal animal shelters. And their reading program was a focus of the documentary. So the kids get together and they will sit in front of the animals, whether it be the dogs or the cats or with the rabbits, and read to them. And it's a calming activity. So to reduce the stresses that the animals have in the shelter. It's a fabulous program, and with demonstrated results in calming the animals and relieving their stress. I encourage you all to check out Shelter Me on the PBS website. There should be a link there, I think, to the documentary. It has already aired. I don't know that it's running actively anymore. But I do understand also, and correct me if I'm wrong, that it's possible that the cable network Channel 14, which these meetings air on, will also air the Shelter Me episode as well, dates to be announced. But it was a wonderful recognition. Another portion of that documentary was focused on a running program in Southern California, a high school running program, running with shelter dogs. And through that documentary, we've been connected with that program, or with that school. They've asked for the STAMP program to help them coordinate a similar teen program within their school or within their shelter, and in turn will impart their experience with their running program on us so that we can create that at the Bradshaw shelter as well. One really beautiful thing I want to say about this program is that they are a cohesive team. They celebrate individual accomplishments as if they are one. They are the most positive group, just a fantastic group of people, and they really are the future of animal welfare advocates in our area and with the shelter. So I want to thank all of them so much. They are just, I can't say enough good about them, so thank you so much. And before, I also would like to acknowledge Dave McClanahan, one of the hardest working volunteers in the shelter, has been for, as you know, 23 years. No job too big, too small, too hard. He's there from the beginning to the end, and then asking, what else can I do? So Dave, thank you so much, and thank you, STAMP. We're so proud to have you as part of our volunteer force. Thank you.
So the STAMP program that Celeste was just referring to is going to be airing on our Metro cable station, Channel 14, Wednesday, April 26th at 9 p.m., so very timely. And if you don't receive Metro cable Channel 14, you can also watch it on the Sac County streaming at sacramentocable.tv, and then again also on our public broadcasting station. So next up, we're going to have a presentation from the Department of Health and Human Services and Department Director Dr. Sherry Heller.
Good morning. Hi. Hello. Good morning. Thank you. The epidemiology, I practiced saying that. Epidemiology, I can pronounce. The epidemiology crew at the Public Health Division nominated Megan Key for her volunteer hours. Megan, you can slowly be making your way down here while I'm talking about you. Megan donated 300 hours in 2016 over a 6-month period at Public Health. She had learned some biostatistics skills during her master's studies when she was getting a master's in public health, right? And grew interested in the opioid addiction issue. She used these biostatistics skills to help our opioid task force of Sacramento County to analyze what's going on with prescription drug abuse in our county. So she was able to, it's hard for me to explain this, but she was able to analyze this monster data set that we have on prescribing practices so that we could figure out very carefully and precisely and analytically who's getting high-dose prescriptions of painkillers, who's getting renewals more than one would expect, people who were going from doctor to doctor. And as a result of this incredible statistical analysis, the opioid task force was able to very precisely make recommendations for what our goals should be next. So we know how to work on prescribing practices. We know how to change behavior while still giving people in our community good options for pain management. So you can see how important, I mean, it's a mathematical talent that she has, but think about the implications of her. And this was all volunteer. The work she did, the techniques she used, the data set she used has now been shared with the state Department of Public Health so that other counties will be following our lead with this kind of analysis. And I just learned today that next up, Megan is going to be studying for her PhD. So pretty soon it'll be Dr. P. Please join me. Can we get, I know Dr. Law is here, our addictionologist, and Jamie White, our epidemiology, all the public health crew, come on up and be in the picture, please.
With Dr. Megan.
Almost. Here. This stack of proclamations is for the senior companion volunteers. And listen, out of respect for everybody's time and out of my personal nervousness about having these folks all come down the steps simultaneously and go back up in a reasonable amount of time, I think what we'll do is just have them stand for a moment so you can see who they are. Would the senior companion volunteers stand up? About them, so you know why we're respecting and why we're honoring this group of volunteers. And then I think we'll let you stand one more time at the end, and we'll do our photograph during the break, okay? We'll get the professional photographer and we'll do a nice group photograph out there under the county emblem rather than have you all come down the steps. So the Senior Companion Program has been active in the county since 1975 and been sponsored by the County of Sacramento since 1994. Seniors age 55 plus are volunteering to provide person-to-person service supporting adults with impairments to maintain their independent living or to provide respite for their home caregivers. They commit to serving between 15 and 40 hours weekly, visiting clients in their homes at least 4 hours a week. They take them out to shop, they go to tea. Is tea a euphemism here? I don't know. They go for tea, they keep them company depending on the needs. And the quality of life of the individuals that they're helping is changed significantly because, depression among seniors often comes from isolation. And that's what this program is designed to address. Some of the effects, volunteer Thomas Herget's case, with his help, his client was able to get out to the bocce ball courts during the final months of her life. You may have read about that. Some of the volunteer-client relationships turn into beautiful friendships, such as for Andre Myhan and his client, both Air Force veterans. The two of them described each other as brothers from another mother. The volunteers are also eyes and ears to help clients who might become potential victims of elder abuse. So and you can even have life-saving events. Volunteer Anna. Anna, wave or something so we know who you are. You're here, right? There, see Anna over there? During her routine visit, she found that her 85-year-old client had fallen on the kitchen floor and had been there for a couple of hours. Anna heard his cries for help, called 911, and firefighters went through one of the windows in the client's bedroom. The client told us, if Anna didn't show up when she did and didn't call 911, who knows where I would have ended up. Anna is a godsend. I think the world of her, and she helps me every week. This is an excellent program, and you have no idea how it's helping seniors like me. These are an unsung group of heroes. We're proud to honor them today. So stand up again, and senior and adult services staff who nominated them, you should stand too. And let's recognize you all. Outside later.
Group photo.
Don't worry, I've got them. You'll get them.
It sure is wonderful to see such an amazing turnout today. Thank you so much for coming out. And then after, as Dr. Heller said, please go out there and we'll have the photographer follow you and get some photos. So next up, we have the probation department, and I'd like to invite Chief Lee Seal to the podium.
Thank you. Chair Natoli, members of the board, Chief Lee Seal, it's an honor to be here on behalf of the probation department, recognizing some of the many people who make our department better each and every day and serve the members of the Sacramento County. I'd first like to honor a very special person and call her up right now, Maria Ferguson. There's quite a big fan club for Maria. Maria is a very special person. She lost her mom at a very young age, growing up as a young girl in Panama. One of 6 young kids. She was raised by her grandmother, hence her nickname, Grandma, whereas the kids call her G-Ma. I'm a little older. I'm going to stick with Grandma. Mm-hmm. She came to the United States from Panama in her early 20s to New York, if you can imagine that, and then to Sacramento in 1969. Mm-hmm. Worked hard, put herself through school, became a nurse, served this community as a nurse working for Sutter General for 20 years, retired in 2010, and has been volunteering, serving particularly the young boys in our juvenile hall for a number of years. Don't let the nickname fool you. She's tough. Okay, I've seen her shoot a glance at a kid from the day space who was up in his room through his window and got him back into shape. She's not just there to love the kids, but she does love the kids. She's there to hold them accountable, set an example. And I'll say, she doesn't just set an example for those kids. She sets an example for me, for my management team, supervisors, officers, everyone inside juvenile hall, how to love those kids, how to treat them with respect, but also shape them up a little bit. She offers life skills classes every week. She teaches these kids all kinds of things. She teaches them how to serve time, how to tell time. And I can tell you that on a personal note, whenever I'm in juvenile hall walking around, it seems like you are always there. How many hours a week are you inside our juvenile hall?
40.
40. It's a full-time job.
Yeah.
Well, so on behalf of the Sacramento County Probation Department, I'd like to thank and honor Grandma Maria Ferguson. Now I would like to welcome and invite down to join me the members of the Sacramento County Juvenile Record Sealing Clinic. Come on down. Come on in. So this is long overdue. The Record Sealing Clinic, if you're not familiar with the way things work in juvenile probation, the sealing of juvenile records is a very important step in setting young people forward in life after their involvement with the justice system, to give them a fresh start. After having held them accountable, they've paid their debt, they've performed whatever community service, maybe they've served some time, maybe they've undergone some treatment or done other things to better themselves. The final step in this important work is the work that the people behind me do. So let me tell you a little bit about who they are. First of all, standing behind me, we have our supervising probation officer, Mary Irving, who has overseen this project for a long time. We have our senior deputy probation officer, Catherine McCoyne, who really deserves the credit for this program because it's been, she deserves a special hand because it's really been her work years ago that created this program, and it's been her child ever since. And then finally, we have our probation officer, Raquel Rapp, as well, who does incredible work as part of this team. But the volunteers themselves are who we're here to honor, and I want to thank each of them by name. First, we have Daniel Durea from HB Enterprise. We have Scott Pink from DLA Piper, which is a law firm, prominent law firm in the area. We have John Barnes, formerly of DLA Piper, now with King & Spalding. And we have Christine Foos from DLA Piper as well. These attorneys perform an incredible pro bono service on behalf of all these young people. Several times a year, as many as 12 times in some years, 6 times in other years, we hold a clinic at night where people who have juvenile records can come and free of charge get this expert legal consultation to help clear their records and set them on a path. The clinic has now served over 300, I want to say young people, but if you come by the clinic at night, you'll see that it's often adults who are coming in now to clear up their records from years before. So we're really proud of the work that this clinic has done on behalf of young adults in our community, and I want to thank and honor all the volunteers who are so deserving of recognition today. So my thanks. Okay.
Yes, if possible. Yep.
Thank you, Chief Seal. I see GMA giving me the look, saying we're halfway done with this, so we'll move on. Now I would like to bring up Regional Parks and Department Director Jeff Leatherman.
Hi, thank you for being here. I'd like to invite Kyle Bolin to come on down from my Cosumnes River Preserve staff to help me recognize our first volunteer. And just on his heels, if I can have Robin Rogerson come down. We are recognizing Robin today, one of our volunteers at our Cosumnes River Preserve. And just in this past year, Robin has consistently volunteered 16 to 20 hours a week with over 750 hours of volunteer work at our Cosumnes River Preserve. And we peeled him away from his volunteer duties. Actually, this week we have our canoe mobile, which is the second annual, is that right? Third annual canoe mobile. And Robin is on our team. On the land side of the team, we have a water side of the team that takes 16, 17 kids out in a canoe. Over 700 kids are down at the preserve during this week experiencing what the preserve has to offer. But over the course of the last 3 years, Robin has been one of our volunteers in a variety of different roles. He was on our maintenance and repairs team. He was also on our nature walk team. He was on our visitor center team. He was on our paddle tours team. He also does our waterfowl surveys, conducted wood ducks nesting surveys, habitat restoration work days, native plant garden work days, and I'm tired at K-12 education opportunities. So without Robin and many volunteers like him, our programs out at the preserve would not nearly be as successful. And so we appreciate his hard work, his dedication, and his time that he has provided to the community and to the kids of our community as well. So Robin, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate you very much. And as Robin's heading back up, I have my TRS friends, and more specifically our Special Olympic coaches for our Chargers team. So if they can start making their way down. And Kathy and Jen, come on down with them. So 34 years ago, our Special Olympic team started with our TRS program. And the coaches, not all of them could be here, but we have coaches from a variety of our teams. And I'll list all of the different coaches that we have. But we have a variety of coaches from soccer, basketball, floor hockey, track, swimming, bowling, bocce. And they serve hundreds of athletes every year for a variety of programs, activities, and events. And these coaches volunteer about 8 weeks of their time leading up to a couple of different tournaments throughout the year, and spend not only time getting to know our participants, but spending time understanding what their needs are, what their abilities are, and coaching them through really a life-changing event. There is kind of a floating joke around the office that the coaches behind me represent more gold medals than Michael Phelps, and they bring them home to Sacramento County every year. There is a hockey coach behind me, and I won't call her out specifically, Kathy, who won and beat one of our floor hockey teams who we've been trying to beat for at least, the last decade or so, something like that. Last 30 years, apparently. So that was a big win in the last year. But we just want to celebrate our Special Olympic coaches for all of the athletes that they serve throughout the year, for all the sports that they provide, and it's a tremendous time and dedication. I will also point out that some of the coaches behind me coach not only one, but sometimes 2, 3, and 4 sports throughout the year. So thank you very much for your time and dedication. We appreciate it very much.
I would just like to say that if any of you have not attended a Special Olympics event with your Sacramento County Chargers, you don't know what you're missing. They're awesome athletes and people. Thank you. Saturday, May 6th, is the track and field tournament and the swimming tournament at Whitney High School in Rockland.
All right, go Chargers.
On the therapeutic recreation services.
If you'd like to have more information about that, please go online to saccounty.net and go on the Therapeutic Recreation Services. I'm sure it will be a great game to check out. Next up, we have the Sheriff's Department. We have Chief Dave Torgetson here, and anyone from the department that would like to come down as well.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm honored to be here this morning on behalf of Sheriff Scott Jones. And before we get started, I'd like to ask any volunteers for the Sheriff's Department that are in attendance today, can you please stand? On behalf of Sheriff Scott Jones, I'd like to publicly thank all of our volunteers who are wonderful and so giving of their time to make our community better and a safer place. And thank you to the county and the board for giving us this opportunity once again to be able to honor some very deserving recipients. Today's group of volunteers, there's an individual award and a group award, come from our North Division. With me today is Captain Chris Palmer, who's the commander of the Sheriff's North Division, which handles patrol services north of the American River in the unincorporated area. Sherry Carhart from the crime prevention specialist from the north area, and Kristen, oh, that's right, Kristen, hi, how are you? Got Dennis Perens, Marilyn Macias, and Helen Shoup. So we're going to let ladies go first, so we'll do our group award first. So I've had the honor and privilege of working with many great volunteers throughout the years, including the three that are up here with me today. Helen Shoup has been volunteering for over 10 years and has given over 2,900 hours of service to the Sheriff's Department in the Sheriff's North area. The group that Helen and Marilyn work primarily with is our volunteers in partnership with the sheriff, specifically crime prevention. So they work with crime prevention, neighborhood watch groups, and businesses in the various areas throughout the North County. Marilyn Macias has been with us for over 8 years and has given over 3,300 hours of service. So for that, I would like to thank you and recognize them both for a job well done. And next will be our individual award. Dennis Bruns has been with the Sheriff's Department for over 10 years and has amassed over 10,000 volunteer hours over that time. Dennis has volunteered many hours in the service centers taking cold crime reports. And by taking these cold crime reports in our service centers, volunteers do us a great deal of free up the officers from to where they could be out on the street handling in-progress calls. So handling calls in the service center, being there as a go-to person within our various service centers, and also he's on the VIPS patrol, which goes out and looks for blight in the neighborhood. They do vacation checks on residences, so residents can call in and have the sheriff's department come by and check on their homes while they're away, and they can report any suspicious behavior and that type of thing. But Dennis, that's quite a feat, 10,000 hours, and congratulations to you, and thank you very much.
Everybody look right here. On three, 1, 2, 3. One more. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Torgerson and Captain Palmer. So 10,000 hours, we all have something to reach for now. I think we all have a goal. So our last group of volunteers that we'll recognize this morning is from Waste Management and Recycling. And if I could ask Superintendent Chris Selsey to come down to the podium, please.
Good morning. So we're the last one because we're a W, of course. So anyway, okay, perfect. I'd like to bring Donald Johnson down. Donald Johnson and his wife Angeline about 2 years ago established starting with a penny, and what this particular service does is it feeds, correct? Yeah, feeds the homeless and feeds the people who want to be fed. So he puts in about 20 to 25 hours a week on top of his job. He's been with us at the landfill for the last 3 years, and so on his vacation time and his free time, he services the South Sacramento area. And so I just wanted, it's solely funded by Donald and his wife. So if you guys want to give some money to help out, that'd be fantastic. So, but I just wanted to, on behalf of Waste Management and the County of Sacramento, I wanted to honor Donald Johnson Jr. And in fact, I wanted to honor his wife too, but she's there working.
Yes,
so
we actually, she couldn't make it because we're actually giving a food giveaway now.
So excellent. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. All right.
Thank you. Okay. Well, I'm not good at this. My wife actually does all of this stuff. But what we do is, to be honest with you, it was given to her as a dream. So she's real passionate about it, and we both are. And our motto is, if we have anything to do with it, nobody goes hungry. So we actually give food giveaways 3 days a week, and next month we're going to 5 days a week. So we can go to the ones that can't make it. We're always going to be open for anybody in need to eat. So you can actually look us up at www.startingwiththepenny.com. And she's, we only been open for, what, 2.5 years? And we have grown tremendously. We serve like maybe 2,500 to 3,000 people a month. So So it's a lot of hard work, and we're steady growing. We're work in progress. She was up all night last night till like 3 o'clock in the morning, building our website, upgrading it, because we're doing it all by ourselves. So if you guys want to look us up, we'll appreciate any help that we can get.
Website again?
www.startingwithapenny.com. And starting with the penny is start with a penny. Start where you at.
This group just keeps on giving. Thank you so much for the donation. So.
Well, today we've had the opportunity of hearing so many stories of devotion, and all of you are so deserving of a recognition from our county leadership. So let's give yourselves a round of applause. So as you saw from today, we can't do it alone. We need talented folks like you to volunteer. So please continue to volunteer. We've set that benchmark now at 10,000 hours, so tell a friend, tell a family member. The contact information is right up there on your screen. So just give them a call or go online. So today we recognize nearly 100 volunteers this morning. Congratulations to every single one of you. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the team that put this volunteer ceremony together. First, to Chair Natoli and the District 5 staff for their proclamations. Starting the board meeting with the Sheriff's Department Color Guard. Our dedicated photographer, also from the Sheriff's Department, Julie Prater. Contact your volunteer coordinator. You'll be getting those professional photos by the end of today. And then also to the committee members that made this possible. And it comes through the Personnel Services with Director David Devine, Tanya Brow, the volunteer ceremony chairperson, Chris Baker from Community Development, General Services for all of the parking support, and our Communications and Media Office. Thank you all for making this annual event possible. And so now I'm going to hand it over to Supervisor Natoli for closing remarks, and afterwards, please join us in the lobby for some refreshments. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Aaron, and one more round of applause for Aaron. Great job again. Okay, we've spent the morning with us. We've got some refreshments, and we're going to take about a 15-minute break, so we'll be back in session here, but we'll break for a little bit, and we'll join you in the foyer. Have a safe drive home, and good rest of the day. Thank you so much for your volunteer hours. So. Okay, we'll come back into session and back into order after a very nice volunteer ceremony. Certainly thank all of our volunteers and all the folks who helped recognize them today. And I want to just give a special shout out to my staff and those that assisted my staff in doing those abundance of proclamations. So thanks once again to everyone who helped put it together. All right, Floyd, want to call a roll, reestablish a quorum, please.
Supervisor Cerna?
Here.
Kennedy? Here. Peters? Here. Frost? Here. Natoli?
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Okay.
Item 42 is a request for review of license suspension, tobacco retailer license TRB.
All right. We have our presenters. So we're going to introduce this item. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Melissa Gelbart. I'm counsel for appellant.
Can't hear you.
Oh, how about this?
Yeah. Hi, Melissa. There you go. Very good.
I don't usually speak with a microphone. But I was also thinking I don't usually cry before I argue appeals, but the meeting today was so nice. It was such a pleasure to be at it. I feel really lucky that I got to see it.
That's great.
Do you cry after you argue?
No. Sometimes only tears of victory if it's called for.
Wow. Very good.
But thank you for having me today.
You bet.
So I'm here to talk about a suspension of a tobacco retailer license.
I'm sorry, are you with the county or are you with the appellant?
I'm counsel for appellant, Colonial Energy.
So if you could, I ask you to pause for a second and I could ask county counsel. At what point do we decide that this will be conducted by argument only? Is it at this point?
I think that would be, if you don't mind.
Somebody needed to introduce this item, so let's just, Melissa, could you just take time out just for a second, stand by. So let's do this so that we got the context here. It was just like kind of, put Melissa out here to start making the arguments. We need to have a presentation summary and then what this board has under its consideration and then what action we can take to, as it relates to conducting this hearing. So we need to make sure that in the future we have that, please.
Thank you. We'll hit reset, and Diana Reeves, Deputy County Counsel.
All right, thanks.
Diana Reese, County Counsel, representing the county on this matter. Colonial Energy had their tobacco license suspended. They 30-day suspension. They appealed the suspension. There was a hearing on the suspension in January of this year. The hearing officer's decision upheld the suspension, and the business, the licensee, appealed the matter to the board. And I prepared the March 24th, 2017 memo to the board summarizing the issues and the choices that the board has with regard to this matter is that the review of the hearing officer's decision may be by argument only. And that's what we are recommending that you uphold. It also may be that you may have a de novo review of the evidence, and there's a third one, and I forget what the third one is. But anyway, there are
supplementary evidence with respect to challenges of particular findings.
I apologize. Thank you. Okay. Yes. Anyway, the recommendation of County Counsel representing the county is that the review be conducted by argument only and that the hearing officer's decision be upheld.
Okay, so it is at this point that we would make I would make a motion to conduct by argument only?
Yes.
Okay, so I would move that the review be conducted by argument only.
Okay.
Second.
All right, it's moved and seconded that we're going to conduct a review by argument only.
Vote.
And please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay. All right. Now, I guess we do have the written background. And Diana, this has been shared with counsel for the appellant?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. All right. Okay, so let me ask, while you're there, anything else you need to put into the record and or add, and then we'll call Melissa forward when you're done.
Basically, the county's position is that the violation of Penal Code Section 308A was proven by the guilty plea and conviction of the store clerk. So it's conclusively proven that Penal Code Section 308A was violated in the sale of a tobacco product to a person under the age of 18, which is not the current law, but it was the law at the time the operation occurred, which was in April of last year. I'm
sorry, could I just pause and ask County Counsel? I thought after we made the decision to hear this by argument only that the appellant spoke next. Am I correct or incorrect?
I think Ms. Ruiz is just giving you a summary of...
She's still summarizing?
Right.
I'm more than, I mean, if I have The appellant has a burden of proof at this point, and I'm fine with her going first. And
I just didn't know if there was any summary, so I wasn't trying to get an order here. I just wanted to give, again, we had the written statement, and I think just kind of framing it helpful. We all have that. Maybe not everybody in the audience does. So, okay, unless there's anything else, Diane, then I'm going to call Melissa forward. And okay, thanks. Stand by. Okay, Melissa.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm a little short. Is this good?
Yeah.
Okay,
You can lower the podium if you like there, just to hear if you
He's fine.
I'm not that short.
Okay.
Again, thank you. My name is Melissa Gelbart. I'm here for Appellants Colonial Energy, and I am here to request that this board reverse the county's decision to impose discipline on Colonial Energy's tobacco retailer license. Sacramento's tobacco retailer ordinance, and I understand that it was amended as recently as today, the ordinance that was in effect throughout these proceedings is so riddled with unconstitutional infirmities that it wouldn't withstand a moment of judicial scrutiny. When the government seeks to infringe on a property right, such as a tobacco retailer license, a vested right, there has to be procedural safeguards. And the greater the government infringement, the greater the procedural safeguards have to be. And here, the Sacramento's tobacco ordinance, it provides for a pretty harsh penalty. It says that the county shall, without discretion, suspend a license for 1 month upon the first violation. So that's what we have on one side of the spectrum, but on the other end, where there should be the procedure and the process and the safeguards, there's really nothing. The amendment to the ordinance that this board voted on today, I did review the documents, and even the county council in those documents acknowledged that the way that the ordinance was drafted caused confusion and led to unforeseen impacts. I think those are just commonplace terms for legalese of vague and ambiguous. And I can tell you, based on experience of I've been dealing with this matter for about a year now with county council, it is extremely confusing. At each step of the ordinance, at each step of the discipline, it's basically felt like grappling in the dark. And I'm an administrative attorney. I mostly do alcohol, Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control hearings. And in comparison even to that, I mean, licensees and even the county employees who are tasked with enforcing this ordinance are left in the dark. It's very hard, and it felt to me like as we went, everything was being improvised. And even at that, it was a tricky improvisation.
As long as you pause right there, are you suggesting that the code is not clear that minors should not be sold cigarettes?
No, that part is clear.
Okay.
The part that's not clear, and there are so many parts, I think, to me that are unclear, mostly have to do with the hearing process itself. What the licensee is actually entitled to, in terms of notice, in terms of an opportunity to be heard. The way that the ordinance functions right now is that the sheriff conducts operations, and then the tax and license collector issues findings and sends a notice of suspension to the licensee. So the first notice that a licensee gets is a document saying your license has been suspended. That's the first time that they know that an operation has been conducted, that operations are conducted of anything in general.
Can I interrupt for a sec?
Sure.
Through the chair. But isn't it a fact that if there is, in the course of an operation where, in this case, an underage decoy was used to attempt to acquire tobacco products, the actual individual employed by the owner of the store is cited on the spot, are they not?
Yes, they are.
So that,
Not a surprise.
Right. So there is
a citation.
An immediate.
A citation.
Yeah, right.
A citation says on the face of the document, this is not an admission of guilt. A citation is based on probable cause.
I understand that, but that is going to be the first notice for the owner, I'd suspect, that something happened, right? I agree with you.
I'm with you
everyone's
there.
presumed innocent until proven guilty.
Absolutely, right.
Okay.
So I'm with you there. The licensee might find out from their employee based on, lots of different variables. For a client like CVS or 7-Eleven who have corporate headquarters in Rhode Island or Connecticut, it certainly is trickier to rely solely on whether the employee is going to be completely forthright with their employer. But that's really another issue. So and I had an opportunity to cross-examine the tax and license collector at the administrative hearing that we had in this matter, and he testified that the notices of suspensions are issued based on just the citation alone. So before there's been an adjudication of guilt in the criminal courts, there's a finding made by a non-attorney that a law has been violated without any opportunity for the licensee to be heard, and a suspension is imposed just based on that alone. And I think that really, none of us had to go to law school to know that the American legal system is based on the concept of innocent before proven guilty. But here, the county's ordinance allows a citation alone to be conclusive evidence of guilt. And the citation was the suspension was levied prior to the adjudication of the citation. But then at the hearing, and the ordinance provides that the county has the burden of proof. But then at the hearing, county counsel produces a guilty plea from the clerk of the Penal Code Section 308 violation, and basically says, that's it. That's my entire burden of proof. Everything has been established. But how can that be if the suspension was decided on before the Penal Code 308 adjudication? And furthermore, at that Penal Code 308 adjudication, the licensee, who is now being disciplined, wasn't there, had no opportunity to be heard, had no notices, and certainly the clerk had no guidance as to how that guilty plea might be used in the future. There's just so many moving pieces, and none of them fit together to adequately give the licensee notice or an opportunity to be heard, or really just a comprehensive procedure regarding this substantial government entitlement, which is their tobacco retailer license. Now, earlier in today's meeting, this board voted to amend the tobacco retailer ordinance, and when I reviewed those documents, it says there that it's clarifying that the tobacco retailer ordinance is independent of Penal Code 308 adjudication. If that's a clarification of how the ordinance was always intended to be read, now going forward and also in the past, then I find it cause for reversal that at the actual hearing at which the county had the burden of proof, the only thing that was said again and again is there was a guilty plea. Either we have a violation that's independent of the 308 adjudication, or you have a suspension that's based on the 308 adjudication. And as a licensee, if we don't know the role that the criminal adjudication plays, which I still don't, then how can we be said to have an actual meaningful opportunity to prepare a defense and to prepare a case? it's just, for me, it's just been over at every step, just complete surprise.
Melissa, can I just have you pause just for a moment? Robin, I want to ask about that point. If again, she's reading from the staff report, and if we say that it's independent of, and yet we use that as the sole burden of proof, as Melissa's outlined, then not being the lawyer on this board, that says to me that there certainly is connection by virtue of what transpired there. So, do you have any? Again, I know I can call Diana, but she's the attorney on the case. I guess I'm curious from your view as county counsel, who obviously with the changes that we looked at, again, these aren't retroactive, but I think certainly pointing out the point she made. So I'd be interested to hear from your standpoint, or your good legal mind, as to what your take on that is.
Well, I would just go back to the findings that the board made when enacting the original ordinance, and then any amendments related to that, that this is a license conditioned upon not acting in violation of the ordinance, the sale of tobacco products to minors. Okay. So the act doesn't, this is more like a speeding ticket. The officer called in on a speeding ticket, saw the act in his presence, and that's what the citation says. This was done in the presence of the sheriff officers filling out the citation upon which the condition of the license is predicated, period.
But then we issued the suspension almost immediately once that is, and I still, again, I don't know how you separate those two, because whether it's an employee or the owner or some corporate representative that sells tobacco product, I mean, I don't get that that's being contested here. That basically that's been proven in court, and and again the person admitted to it, and it occurred, and we have sheriff's office, but still.
So that act occurs, and then the due process for that taking place is conditioned upon the presentation before the hearing officer to decide whether, in fact, those facts are true.
Okay. What's been going through my head here a little bit, though, in the event that the case went to court on in this case, the employee who pled guilty and received a sentence commensurate with what the action that was taken there that she was convicted of or admitted to. Then what if the matter? And I don't want to get into hypotheticals, but went to court and either the judge threw it out or didn't make a finding of guilty, or the person didn't plead guilty and had a trial and it was determined. So how does that affect the process that we're currently in the midst of? So if that's the burden of proof that was used, certainly in this case, and it's factual, but in the event that didn't occur, I mean, it's maybe simultaneous or not, but so then what happens? So what if, in the court of law, that person is not convicted? And even though we have, evidence that shows that this was sold to a minor, but whatever their technicality might be, does that then reverse this process, or does that stop this process relative to suspension?
No, it's a matter of, there are multiple pieces of evidence that prove the same fact. Then we would have personal witnesses testify to what they saw in the action with the clerk.
So the sheriff's officer, the decoy.
Right.
Okay, so that would be the process that we would use in
or the
suspension.
Tape, or whatever other evidence there is. Yeah. Okay. This is an admission of the same piece of evidence that could be proven in other manners.
Okay, Mr. Stern.
Thank you. So, follow-up question for Robin. In an instance like this, where it's clearly a decoy operation for the underage purchase of tobacco products, is there a point once law enforcement makes themselves known in the course of this action to the person that's been identified selling the product, is there a point in that whole process, as the operation goes down, where someone immediately, the accused, someone has the ability to say, I'm not signing anything, I'm not admitting guilt, is there that opportunity?
Yeah, I'd have to have Diana explain the process, but
when was the admission of guilt made by the individual in this case?
That would have been following the court procedure, right?
Okay. And so no signing a citation is not admission of guilt, just like that's not necessarily admission of guilt for traffic citation.
Correct.
You can go fight it in court, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Okay,
Melissa, proceed.
Sure, I'm with you. It's confusing. It's extremely confusing. I think what the county is saying is they want to have it both ways. If the citation goes badly in court, they don't want to be tied to that conclusion, and if the citation goes well in court, and by going well I mean if there's a guilty plea, then the county wants to be able to use that and that in and of itself to prove each and every element of the penal code 308 violation, which the county has to prove and has the burden to prove based on how the ordinance is drafted. And that's problematic to me because obviously the guilty plea wasn't relied on when the suspension was issued and decided. I certainly believe that the administrative hearing should be based on the evidence that the county had at the time that they decided to impose that discipline. I mean, it makes it very easy if 6 months later you can also look at all the evidence you've collected since you made your decision to support it. But another big issue that I kept running into again and again with the ordinance is the lack of specificity as to how the hearing is actually going to be proceeded, or how the hearing will be proceed. The ordinance doesn't specify how discovery will be conducted, if there's any discovery enforcements. It doesn't provide for whether there's going to be cross-examination. It says that the formal rules of evidence don't apply, but that's a far cry from actually showing what rules of evidence do apply, or do any rules of evidence apply. Is hearsay evidence applicable? One thing that I really had an issue with is that there's not a single mention in the ordinance of decoys at all. Not that decoys will be used, not who is going to conduct decoy operations, if there are any decoy guidelines, if there are any defenses available to a decoy operation. So when I first started, I called county council and I said, where is this? Where is this authorization? Where can I find information about the Sacramento County's decoy program and how it's conducted and why it's conducted and what applies? And she basically had nothing to say. There is none. There is nothing online. There is nothing in the code. And after our conversation, she sent me a code section from the Alcoholic Beverage Control Act, which doesn't apply here, and only the Department of ABC has jurisdiction to apply that. It's confusing to a licensee. It's confusing to a county employee who's, trying to defend the ordinance. It's so confusing.
Melissa, just pause. I have a question for Mr. Stern.
Thank you.
Oh, sure.
So I want to ask a question of county council on that point. Is there anything in law that requires us to denote the use of decoys or any other specific measures, means to catch people in the act?
This is not ordinance specific, it's law enforcement practice.
That's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah.
So it's analogous to, there would be nothing necessarily required of us to acknowledge in terms of the authority of, I guess in our case, the CHP, because they enforce traffic in the unincorporated county, to hide behind the bushes waiting for a speeder.
Or prostitution or recycling or any of the other ordinances.
Okay.
Thank you. On that note, something that was really confusing to me is generally when decoys are used, there's a provision in an ordinance or in a statute that provides for decoy immunity.
I'm just so you're clear in terms of my thinking, I'm trying to decipher. You keep on saying what's confusing to you. I'm trying to decipher what's confusing to you versus what's confusing to the law. To me, that's what's at issue.
Sure, and I don't mean
And the law is that you're not allowed to sell tobacco products to someone that age. I mean, that's pretty easy to understand, whether it's by decoy or a sheriff's deputy or an employee of the county in some other way.
Yes.
I've never heard an attorney stand in front of us and say, I'm confused.
I am not confused about Penal Code Section 308. I am perfectly clear on what it says. It's a criminal, it's a penal statute. It was enforced in law. There was a whole proceeding. What's confusing is how that citation and how that plea are being used by the county to discipline a license pursuant to the county's ordinance. It's not confused. The tobacco laws themselves are not confusing. It's the county's procedure that's not written, it's not provided for, and it doesn't say. I mean, the county's ordinance says the APA, the Administrative Procedure Act, doesn't apply, but it doesn't say say what does apply. It doesn't say what rules there are. It doesn't say what the licensee is entitled to in terms of notice, in terms of an opportunity to be heard, in terms of evidence, in terms of cross-examination. And when there is such a great government infringement, such as a mandatory 30-day suspension, which is much harsher than anything from the Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control, a licensee has to be able to know what they can prove, what they can say, what they can do before this infringement can take place. That's where I'm confused, not about the content of the tobacco law. And I want to make that really clear, because I think that would seem like a very unpersuasive argument. But that being said, the Penal Code Section 308, the version of that statute that was in effect at the time of the violation in the matter that we're dealing with today, it provided in Section E that a minor who is used as in an enforcement activity, so like a decoy, is immune from the violation only if the operation adhered to the Stake Act guidelines. So the Stake Act in Business and Professions Code Section 22952 has all these guidelines about decoy operations, how the licensee has to be noticed, what the decoy can look like, what has to be documented by the enforcement agency. And here, so that applies here. If it doesn't apply, that means that the sheriff's the sheriff used a decoy and broke the law, because the decoy isn't immune from violating that law unless the Stake Act guidelines are followed. And that in and of itself is confusing. I argue that the Stake Act guidelines applied and that they weren't satisfied. County counsel at the lower hearing argued that they don't apply and they didn't need to be satisfied at all. And the hearing officer kind of went King David on us and said, well, they were sufficiently complied with. And it's no one has enough information based on the county's ordinance to make a clear determination either way of what standards apply here and what standards don't apply here.
Okay. Anything else?
Yes, but I think I'm good leaving it at that. I'd also just like to incorporate by reference, I had a few additional arguments in my appeal document that I submitted to the board some time ago now, so I'd like to incorporate those arguments here as if fully stated.
Melissa, so your request is, in essence, the request?
Oh, yeah, reversal. I think...
Okay, that's what I make sure I make clear, because you said that earlier. I want to make sure that's, as you conclude, that's what you're asking for, reversal.
Yeah, and if I could just say one more sentence about
Sure.
that. The fact that the county submitted, asked to amend the ordinance, saying to this board that the ordinance as it was written is confusing, that the ordinance as it was written is giving us unforeseen results, I don't really see how we can at the same time take this inconsistent position to say, no, it was perfectly clear. But, before this appeal was even heard, it was also amended out of those confusion issues.
And again, recognize what you said, but clearly on page 3 of the report that was attached to the ordinance amendment today said this reference to other sections of the county code has created confusion, not necessarily the sections you were referencing, and has resulted in situations where changes to the reference code sections have had unforeseen impacts on the tobacco retailer process. So again, I would, whether I agree with your argument or not, that clearly was in the report to what you stated. So, okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks, Melissa. All right.
Mr. Tully?
Yes, Mr. Sorry, yeah. And then Ms. Frost.
So just one last question. Thank you for making it concise and clear of what you're asking for. That's always important, I think, when you're in front of anybody that's making an argument. Do you refute at all the fact that the law was broken, that an agent of your client that was in the employment of your client illegally sold tobacco products? Yes or no?
I didn't represent the clerk. I have no idea what happened at
okay, well, but
the
you've
clerk.
seen
Yes or no?
you've seen the admission of guilt, right? You've reviewed that, I assume.
What do you mean by the admission
you
of guilt?
understand that
The clerk that was convicted.
I saw a not certified, printed out copy of something from the Sacramento court that indicated there was a guilty plea. I mean, in no court of law would that ever be
That's not
accepted.
what I'm asking. I mean, I guess
Yes.
it's like the...
Yes, there was a sale. There was a sale made to a
that's
minor.
all I need to know.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Frost?
The question I have relates to the burden of proof of innocence, and you seem to be arguing something completely different. You're arguing the ordinance, but not innocence or guilt. The burden of proof is in relation to whether or not they sold the tobacco product. Is that correct? That's my understanding.
For the hearing officer's decision, yes. What's before the board is whether or not to uphold the hearing officer's decision of the 30-day suspension.
And Diana will be up next to maybe can explain some of that.
Okay, but I guess my confusion is your argument is in relation to the ordinance and not the actual act of selling tobacco products, and you even just now admitted he did sell tobacco products.
The clerk, it was a woman. Yes, but there's two issues. There's one, whether the crime was committed, and so when that clerk went to criminal court, there was a bevy of procedures that are available. They're entitled to counsel. They're entitled to cross-examination. The formal rules of evidence apply. When we're here before the county, adjudicating basically the same things, what rules apply then? Because the licensee is actually arguably suffering a much greater infringement than the clerk got, I don't know, community service. The licensee is going to lose their livelihood, a main way that they make money for a month. And automatically. That's a really big infringement of property. And going into it, there's just nothing in the ordinance to show licensee or licensee's counsel what procedures the county is going to use, what safeguards there are to make sure that that determination isn't going to be just off the cuff, that it isn't just going to be based on insufficient evidence. So that's really what my argument is.
Okay, and I guess my assumption was that the same rules would apply here. But thank you.
They did not.
Okay. Thank you, Melissa. Stand by. Maybe other questions. I don't know if there will be, but thank you very much. Okay, Diana.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So, first of all, sorry. The notice of suspension was originally issued on May 3rd. The operation happened on April 10th of last year. The notice of suspension was issued on May 3rd. And within the notice of suspension were provided to the licensee, not to the clerk, to the licensee, appeal rights. You have a right to appeal this, you have a right to have a hearing, you have a right to present evidence, cross-examine witnesses, all of that, okay? And so those due process rights were told to the licensee on May 3rd. Okay, they were supposed to appeal within 15 days. They didn't appeal initially until June 30th, and the appeal was initially denied for that reason. But then, because there was in a subsequent letter, June 22nd, about, okay, the suspension's going into effect, there was an error in citation. The tax and license collector decided, the finance department, the county, decided to accept the appeal, even though it was late, even though the appeal fee had not been paid. So that was additional due process protection that perhaps was not required. The appellant's attorney, Ms. Gelbart, submitted at least 3 different discovery requests requiring considerable effort and time to comply with. Even though there's nothing that says anything about formal discovery. So, but there was no argument about that. You don't have a right to do that, anything. That was complied with. That took some time. As a consequence, the hearing that was originally scheduled in September got postponed to November. And in the process of complying with the discovery request, I discovered that there was a defect in the original notice of suspension. So there was an amended notice of suspension filed and served in late October 28th. And along with that was given the opportunity that if you need additional time to respond to this amended notice, you may do that, and we can postpone the hearing. The appellant's attorney again requested a continuance to January 24th because of that, supposedly because of that amended notice, but didn't file any additional response to the notice. So that was an additional due process protection that was provided. And then the hearing was held on I think it was January 24th, 2017. And once the decision was issued, the appellant was informed of the right to review before the Board of Supervisors and did make a timely request for that. That hearing was originally scheduled before the board on March 21st. Ms. Gelbart wasn't available on March 21st, and without objection, the hearing was then continued to today. So there was a great deal of due process protection for the appellant in the process. With regard to the ordinance that was in effect when the original notice notice of suspension was issued, it isn't clear, and that's why it was amended. It isn't clear from the language that what is required by the ordinance, and I think this is what was always required, is how other tobacco license cases have been handled, because they don't all include a criminal conviction by any stretch of the imagination. Mostly they don't. It's the acts that constitute a violation of Penal Code 308 that is in fact a violation of the ordinance, and the ordinance is now very, very clear on that, and I will grant you Ms. Gelbart's argument on that point did prompt that clarification of the ordinance, but I believe that was always the board's intent, that it was the acts, that we're not trying to, in a license violation, a business license violation administrative hearing, adhere to the criminal burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt to prove the violation. What we're talking about are the actions, and that would be the sale of tobacco to a minor or someone under the age of 18 in this instance, to prove the violation of the state tobacco law that then proves the violation of the county code. And that's what was proven. It was proven in this case both by the acts that occurred, and sheriff department personnel testified about it at the hearing, so even without the conviction, we could have proved the case in this instance. But quite frankly, when the clerk pleads guilty to the 308 violation, that in fact is conclusive proof that that's legal proof that those acts occurred. And that's why I repeated it several times. It's incontrovertible. And all this argument about whether the decoy had to adhere to the Stake Act standards or whatever, I asserted that the Stake Act didn't apply, those standards, those guidelines didn't apply in this case. The hearing officer, despite this disparaging comment by opposing counsel, the hearing officer carefully considered all the evidence and agreed with the county's position that the Stake Act did not apply. And in any event, that even if they did apply, that they were complied with. So there was due process. The Stake Act didn't apply. There's conclusive proof that a violation occurred. The ordinance is very clear that if a violation of 308, Penal Code 308 occurs, Sacramento County Code 407-110A1, I think, says that on a first offense within a 3-year period, that a 30-day mandatory suspension shall be imposed, and that's where we stand. This issue of whether or not the licensee could have done anything, didn't know about the citation, whatever. Presumably, the licensee did know what was going on at their business. I mean, certainly they knew by May 3rd what had happened and that their clerk had been cited for this offense. And the clerk didn't plead guilty until May 25th. And so if the licensee, the company, Colonial Energy, wanted to assist the clerk in the criminal case, provide them with an attorney, advise them to plead not guilty, whatever they wanted. They could have participated. They could have assisted in that matter. I don't know whether they did or not, and honestly, because we could have proven it even without the conviction, but it's conclusively proven with the conviction. I think the evidence is very clear, and I don't think there's an issue of due process. This whole thing about the rules of evidence and the APA don't apply in an administrative action. I've been doing administrative law for at least 15 years, and this is commonplace. Okay, that reasonable evidence that a reasonable person would consider is the usual standard in an administrative hearing, that strict rules of evidence don't apply. Hearsay is admissible. And the hearing officer has the opportunity to give weight to the evidence, rather than simply reject it out of hand. And in this case, I think the hearing officer did carefully consider the evidence, and the hearing officer's decision is supported by the evidence, and the county is asking the board to uphold that decision.
Okay, thanks, Diana. Robin, before we get into board deliberations, then under the structure for this, does the appellant get one last closing comment, or we've heard both sides and that's sufficient then? Okay. All right. Thanks, Diana. Any other questions then of either counsel for the appellant or counsel for the county? All right. If not, then I'll bring it back to this board then for discussion and decision.
I would move that we adopt the staff recommendation that the findings and orders of the hearing officer be adopted as those of the Board of Supervisors, and that the order of suspension be upheld.
Second.
And that suspension would be effective when?
Would you like to address that? Not you.
Good afternoon. Guy Fusen, Department of Finance. The suspension will be effective probably 15 days after the board ruling is finalized. We'll send a letter to the company and let them know the start dates.
So is there judicial due process beyond this? So the decision of this board is final determination, not appealable to court?
Well, certainly it can go beyond, but this is the final.
So there's that time period, that 15 days, then that's what I wanted to know, so they have the opportunity if they choose to.
And I don't have an answer to that. I think probably the appellant could file a petition for writ, and so we will take that into consideration and make sure that they have sufficient time to file a writ petition.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thanks, Diane. Okay. Thanks, Guy. Okay, nothing further. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, very good. Thank you all. Thanks, Melissa, for being with us. Thank you, Diana, Guy. Okay. All right, that takes us through the morning's order of business, Madam Clerk.
This concludes our morning business, yes.
All right. And I understand we have a change for this afternoon that Mr. County Executive?
Yes, we do. We are going to be requesting the 2 o'clock item zoning code cleanup to be dropped from the agenda for us to bring it back. There are a couple of legal issues we need to work with County Counsel's office.
Okay.
So that means our next item, hearing item, is at 2:15.
Okay, I just note that I know there may be a party that will come down here for 2 o'clock. I don't know that we've been able to reach that person, so in the event they do, we can maybe able to offer some comments from this board, because I wanted to weigh in. It wasn't on the specific zoning code, but there's some awareness, I think, by some board members that I have a business proprietor that would like the board to consider something, and it was relevant to some of the code amendments that we were looking at. So, anyway, so we won't come back in here till 2:15. We have a closed session then?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so we will recess into closed session and then reconvene back in these chambers at 2:15. Good afternoon. I want to call back into session the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors meeting for April 25th, 2017, and we'll have the clerk call a roll, and then we'll jump into the agenda for the afternoon session. So, well.
Supervisor Cerna?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Peters?
Here.
Frost? Here. Natoli?
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Okay.
Okay, so for item 44, which is your 215 item, well, actually, let me go back to item 43. I do need to have a motion to drop this item. It's the Sacramento County Zoning Code Cleanup Amendments, request to amend the Sacramento County Zoning Code.
Move to drop.
Second.
And when we anticipate, even though we're dropping this, just so we know, because I know there have been some folks have been tracking this for different reasons. So,
Leanne Moffitt, your planning director. We are working on making sure that we can get that on the next planning commission. The item does need to go back to the planning commission real quickly, and then as soon as it's past that, we are working on also getting it back on a board agenda.
Okay, so we'll see it before the break, right?
That is our intent.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thanks, Leanne. Okay. All right. Was there anybody here in the audience that had showed up on the 2 o'clock item that wanted to speak to any of the code amendments? The item is going to be dropped. It'll come back hopefully before the summer break, which would be third week of June. So it'll be back before that. That's the intent. All right. I don't see anybody here. Anybody signed up for it. So, okay. And then we'll talk to the issue in our supervisor's comments that may get added to the list. Okay. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
All right. Thanks, Leanne. Okay.
Okay, now your item 44 is the ARCO AMPM Watt and Winona PCN project. This is an ABC license hearing to determine whether public convenience would be served by issuance of a Type 20 liquor license to the ARCO AMPM located at the southwest corner of Watt Avenue and Winona Way in the North Highlands and Foothill Farms community.
And I do have a PowerPoint presentation. All right, so this item today, the ARCO is located at the southwest corner of Watt Avenue and Winona Way. The item before you is a finding that the board needs to make prior to the issuance of a liquor license by the state of California. This is for off-sale beer and wine only. Here is the location, fairly close to the newish Walmart on Watt Avenue. There in the red outline. This graphic shows other locations where you can purchase liquor within a 1-mile radius as well as within the census boundaries. Their request is for an on-sale public premises liquor license type 20, beer and wine. They need the PCN because of the approval of the census tract being over-concentrated. And there actually has been an ARCO AMPM here for many, many years, something like 40 years. They did have an unrestricted liquor license, but due to their constructing a new building on site, for reasons that perhaps the applicant can explain, that actually triggered a determination by ABC that it needed a new liquor license. So that does allow us to apply additional conditions if we were to approve the finding. The site is also in a high crime area. The applicant desires to continue to sell liquor so that their customers can have a one-stop option for gas, beer, and wine and groceries. And again, it was the relocation of the construction of the new building on site that triggered this trigger for a PCN. Staff, as we always do, have a set of standard conditions that we apply on business licenses, and we look at each of those, and these are the conditions that we would be applying. There's 2 slides of them. I'm not necessarily going to read them all. I'll let you look at this slide. Have to do with various security cameras and keeping the site clean, and prohibiting certain kinds of signage, and not obscuring their windows, not allowing third-party vendors, complying with noise ordinance, and keeping their trash and recycling enclosures secured. The census tract actually allows only for 3 off-sale liquor licenses. That's based on population, and this is an area that has a certain amount of industrial and commercial activity. And there are, with this one, will be a total of 12 locations. We had 1 person attend the CPAC meeting. The CPAC did recommend approval. It was on a somewhat narrow vote. It was a 3-2 vote. The sheriff is not in opposition to this, and we do have Chuck Price from the Sheriff Department here if you have any questions of the sheriff. I was asked a question as to whether there are any convenience recyclers nearby, because we have had experiencing problems in the interrelationship between places where you can purchase alcohol and glass and nearby convenience recyclers. There are no convenience recyclers nearby. The closest one is Kirkby and Willarga, and that's one of the ones that is getting phased out per hearings at the Planning Commission, so that one will be phasing out within a year or 2. They are within the PBID boundary, and they are a member of the PBID and have been paying. John Sutton is here on behalf of the applicant and is prepared to answer any questions that the board may have. He did provide some email evidence back and forth of his correspondence with the PBID, and that they were actually, upon review of the conditions, were prepared to write a letter of support. However, that exchange did not happen in time, and we do not have that letter here today. But I did see email evidence that the PBID, upon their review of the conditions, was willing to support this. So,
before you leave that slide, could I ask,
absolutely.
The wording on the second bullet says, Sheriff not in opposition to the issuance of an additional off-sale liquor license. Doesn't sound to me like it's really an additional license.
Well, it is a replacement for one that apparently, in the intervening time while they built the building, lapsed, according to ABC. So it is.
I would call it a replacement liquor license.
It's a replacement license, yes.
As opposed to additional.
That would be more accurate wording. Thank you.
Okay. And then another question is, had the sheriff had any difficulties at that location prior to?
I'll have Chuck come up and answer. I presume not, or you wouldn't be recommending approval.
The Sheriff's Department Chuck, come on to the podium, please. Thanks.
Yeah, sorry.
You know the drill.
Yeah. The Sheriff's Department in that area there, it's a very high crime area with a lot of calls for service in that area. The Sheriff's Department has had calls to that location in the past related to a lot of the things that have been happening in the parking lot or in the vicinity. Overall, the calls for service at that location are not enough that we would warrant an opposition to the issuance of a license.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Thanks, Chuck. Leanne, anything else?
No, I have nothing else to add.
All right. That concludes the report. Yeah, I don't have anybody signed up to speak. I guess we do have an applicant's representative here, so unless there's any other questions by board members, we'll hear from the applicant then. Representative? Mr. Sutton?
Good afternoon.
Do you need to be sworn on these? No.
No.
No, okay, good.
So the existing beer and wine license has been at the location for, I want to say, close to 30 years. It's always been a gas station. The current owner has owned it for approximately the last 7 years. And with Arco's new design, they are building new Arcos. So essentially, it's the same license. He surrendered it with ABC while he was performing the construction, but because he is slightly moving it to the other side of the lot, he's essentially switching the pumps with the convenience store. That triggers what's called a premises-to-premises transfer with ABC. It's still within the same census tract. It's still the same license, but in applying for a premises-to-premises transfer with ABC, that does require what's called a public convenience or necessity for this process.
Okay. Anything else you want to add? As far as conditions, you're agreeable? You're
Yes.
to all the
Yes.
conditions?
The applicant's agreeable to all the conditions.
Okay. All right. Any questions for Mr. Sutton?
No.
All right. Very good. Stand by. And I don't think we have anybody else. Anyone wish to address this item? All right. Seeing none, then I'll bring it back here.
I was, at first when I heard about it, we can sit down. Thank you. I was concerned because it did say an additional liquor license, which I would not have been in favor of, but this is a reissuance. It's in the PBID area that is in favor of it, and the new building improves the corner, the looks of the corner, and being that they agreed to all the sheriff's conditions, which means liquor sales stop at 10 p.m., and they add security measures, including cameras that are available to the sheriff's department for a period of 30 days, then I would move approval of the license of the item as it stands.
Okay.
Second.
So we have a motion to approve the staff recommendation, which is the PCN, and with the conditions as outlined. If there's nothing further, then please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, thank you. Good.
Thank you.
Thanks, Manuel. Chuck. Okay, next item.
We have 2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay. We'll recess for 2 minutes. And,
What do you want to do? 40
So do nominations?
Do appointments, yeah, do nominations, yeah. Item 46.
Item 46. You are continuing to May 23rd, the Adult and Aging Commission, Children's Coalition, Fair Oak Cemetery District, and the Sacramento County Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board. And for your matters today, Arden Arcade Community Planning Advisory Council.
Please continue to May 9th.
The Antelope Community Planning Advisory Council, Ms. Frost.
I nominate Kathleen Beck and James Simpson.
Okay. Carmichael Old Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, Supervisor Peters.
Please continue to May 9th.
City County Bicycle Advisory Committee.
Interview's been conducted. We have 2 incumbents that have been recommended by the chiefs. That's John Whalen and Steve and Melvin.
Okay. Developmental Disabilities Planning and Advisory Council.
Again, the chiefs have done interviews, met with, for the public seat, Natalie Gray, and continue the remainder to June 6th.
Natomas Community Planning Advisory Council, Supervisor Cerna.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Jamie Cutlip and Dean Blank.
And then,
Continue the remainder to May 9th, please.
okay. Now for the Sacramento County Mental Health Board, we'll start with Supervisor Cerna.
I'd like to request that the item for District 1 be continued to June 6th.
And then Supervisor Kennedy.
Continue to May 23rd.
And then Supervisor Frost.
Continue. Continue, but I'm not sure to what date.
I have a note here for May 9th.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And then Supervisor Natoli.
2 nominations for family member seat, Dimitri Godemine, been interviewed by the chiefs, and also then for the public interest seat, Sylvia Rodriguez.
Okay. Okay, and then that concludes our nominations for today.
All right, now we're back on schedule.
Back on schedule. So for item 45, you're acting as the Board of Supervisors and the Sacramento County Water Agency. Direct staff to proceed with necessary actions to comply with legal requirements to enact proposed monthly rate increases for the Sacramento County Water Agency.
Good afternoon. Michael Peterson, Director, Water Resources Department. The item before you is a proposed 2-year rate increase for the Water Agency Enterprise Zone 40 service charge. The proposed rate increase is the first year would be $2.45 for a flat rate user and $3.96, this is on a monthly basis, for a typical metered residential user. Second year, the proposed increase is $2.58 for a flat rate unmetered residential user and $2.10 for a typical metered residential user. I've got a PowerPoint, and as we get into the discussion, first I'd just like to do a brief overview of Zone 40 and Zone 41 services, the setting for the rate increase, and then also looking back on some of the numerous factors that are influencing the need for this proposed rate increase. And of course, at any time, if you have any questions, please stop me. So the Water Agency and Water Enterprise has approximately 54,000 residential and business customers in its service areas. The Water Agency provides 2 water supply services, the first being the Zone 40 Capital Construction Service, the second being the Zone 41 Operations and Maintenance System Rehabilitation Service. Billing for the Water Agency is carried out through the County Consolidated Utility Billing Service on either monthly or bi-monthly basis. User fees are generally reviewed every 2 years. The prior 2-year rate increase was before your board in 2015 and was in effect over 2015 and 2016 fiscal years. This proposed rate increase is subject to Proposition 218 notification requirements and a majority protest process. The Zone 40 service area is shown in blue on the map. That is our capital construction service area. And revenues for Zone 40 actually come from 2 sources. One being a developer fee, an impact fee on new development. That fee is not part of this proposed increase, but it is, just for sake of clarification, it is one of the sources of revenue for Zone 40. Zone 40 developer fee funds new infrastructure, the planning, design, construction of new infrastructure associated with new development, not for existing portions of our service area. The other source of revenue for Zone 40 is the Zone 40 user charge. Now, this is a charge that we collect from customers within the existing customers within the Zone 40 boundary. This source of revenue is used strictly for addressing the bond debt service requirement for related to the Vineyard Surface Water Treatment Plant and Freeport Water Project construction. There is no proposed increase to the Zone 40 user charge in today's item. The other service that is provided by the Water Agency is a Zone 41 service, which is the day-to-day operations and maintenance and rehabilitation of the service, the water delivery system, and the provision of potable water to the customers. The map shown on the screen reflects the area where we do provide potable water. And then there are, in blue, that's where we provide retail services in terms of delivery of water. The green areas, there's one in the Elk Grove Water District and one for Golden State. We provide wholesale water to those 2 districts. But collectively, the Zone 41 user charge is used for the production, delivery, treatment, storage of potable water, the rehabilitation of the delivery system, and ensuring that we're maintaining regulatory compliance as an operator.
Mike, I don't see a green area.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's in here.
Next slide.
There it is.
On the wrong slide.
Yes, next slide. And it also provides funding for the O&M services related to the Freeport intake, because we do operate the Freeport intake on behalf of the Freeport Regional Water Authority. So as we get further into this discussion, I think it's important to look back briefly on what we've been through over the past 5 years. in terms of impacts of the recent drought and how that is influencing the item that's before you today. Beginning in 2013, we saw an unprecedented period of drought in this state. Collectively, there was a very severe drought. I won't say that condition existed everywhere to the same degree in the state, but collectively, the state of California was in a drought. As a result of that, there were a number of mandated conservation requirements that were put out by the governor's office and State Department of Water Resources and the Water Board. There was a shift in customer behavior as a result of these numerous years of drought. In keeping with that, there was a reduction in revenue to the water agency and to all water purveyors statewide. And then one of the lasting influences of this past drought is looking ahead to the long-term conservation focus that the state is going to be implementing that will affect each and every water district in the state. Briefly, what transpired during this period of drought was a series of conservation mandates coming from the state through executive order and through subsequent regulations. In 2014, there was a voluntary 20% conservation request made by the state in recognition of an increasing drought condition statewide. And all conservation measures all conservation targets are measured against 2013 usage. So 2013 was the baseline year for water use that the state used to determine conservation achieved. So 2014, 20% voluntary conservation was requested. In 2015, it went to 25% mandatory statewide. In other words, collectively the state all water users in the state have to show collectively a 25% reduction in water use. That very shortly turned into very specific targets for each water purveyor in the state. The water agency, Zone 41, but Sacramento County Water Agency, was assigned a 32% conservation mandate. What that meant was that we had to demonstrate a reduction in use or demand from our customers by 32% over the subsequent year in order to be in compliance with the governor's executive order. We were able to achieve that, and in 2016, our mandated conservation level went down to 24%. Several months after, within 2016, water districts were given the opportunity to take a stress test, if you will, to demonstrate that we had adequate supplies should there be 3 more years of drought similar to the prior 3 years. The water agency was able to demonstrate that, and we were able to get out of the mandated conservation levels. And that's where we thought we would be moving ahead. And I'll speak a little bit more about that in a bit. Overall, the impacts from the drought drove a significant shift in customer behavior, and this is statewide. For our service area, between 2013 and 2016, we saw a 22.9% decrease in water use. That's a typical, on a year-to-year basis, the average water use has gone down. Not simply because people are required to, but the mindset has changed with our customers. Now 22.9%, that's overall. We did hit 34% in 2015. We actually exceeded our mandate by 2%. But collectively, our typical water use is down about 22.9%. And the expectation is that it's going to continue, not only because of the mindset shift with customers, but also because of what is in the offing from the state in terms of long-term conservation. And I think that's probably going to be a bigger driver. Let's see. Okay. Change in water use translates to a change in revenue. And in fact, we saw unprecedented impacts to revenue because of the drought, simply because of the reduced water demand, water use through conservation mandates. So the chart on the screen in blue, the dotted blue line shows what was the projected track for revenues at the time we presented the 2015 rate increase. That was sort of a look ahead. That was what was anticipated. Now, if you look at the solid red line, that reflects actual revenues realized through fiscal year 16-17. So not only did we negate, or because of the conservation mandates, that rate increase was negated in terms of additional revenue that was expected to come to the district. We actually saw 2 successive years of year-to-year decline in revenue by about $2 million each year. So the net result is that we're tracking $4 to $6 million below our projected revenues that we had put together 2 years ago. And through the year 2022, this is going to result in unrealized revenues collectively of about $30 million. Now, we're not trying to chase that number and retain it all back with this proposed rate increase, but I think it's important to demonstrate that the drought, however real it might have been, the requirement was put upon this district to conserve. We met that requirement, and there's a long-term impact from that. Now, one of the last items, significant impacts from this drought, is the long-term conservation perspective, not only from customers, but more so, I think, from the state. While most water districts have gotten out of the mandatory conservation limit levels, the state is amplifying its focus on conservation. April 7th of this year, final document was released that's called Making Conservation a California Way of Life. The purpose of this document is to implement the governor's executive order from 2016, and is going to focus on several areas on water use and conservation that each water district will have to build into their programs on an ongoing basis. Briefly, permanent conservation. During the drought, we had a number of emergency regulations that were put in place, things like, requiring recycled, or the recirculation of water for ponds and pools, automatic shut-off hose sprayers, no water allowed to get on the concrete, no watering within 48 hours after rain. And one of the most visible ones was the ban on irrigated turf within roadway medians. All those became permanent. So those are now permanent requirements moving ahead that will have some effect on water use. Monthly reporting. During the drought, we were also in a period where we had, on a monthly basis, provide reports to the state on water production, conservation, actual conservation achieved, and water waste investigation efforts. Those are permanent. And in addition, we need to include a report on outreach efforts towards conservation to ensure that, so the state will be looking on a monthly basis, what are we doing activity-wise to continue to message out conservation. A new requirement that we will be undertaking is an annual system-wide water loss audit. In other words, we'll have, on an annual basis, audit our system for leaks, determine how much water is being lost, and report that to the state. And that reporting is going to begin in 2017. But after 2017, the state's going to begin a process where specific standards for determining the appropriate system loss for a particular district, the ways to measure and validate that system loss, and then activities that we would carry out on an annual basis to address the water system loss. That is going to become part and parcel to our program moving forward, and on a monthly basis will be something that we have, on an annual basis is something that we have to submit to the state. Water use targets. This is going to be very influential in terms of how we provide service to our customers. The state will be developing water use targets for each water district in the state. This will include an indoor use target and an outdoor use target. These targets will be developed, I won't call them targets, I'll call them standards. They'll be developed based on the the region, the climate, the area, vegetation cover, based on some data collected in the field by the state, and then working with each district, asking a district to take that data and develop its own set of standards for what should be allowable water use for its customers, depending on how old the development is, the size of the development, et cetera. While this is not the same thing as a water budget, where there's a strict limit of water use on a monthly basis for any particular customer, this will be a new metric that we will be held to on an ongoing basis moving ahead, that we have to demonstrate that we are meeting our water use standards that are developed through this process. And then finally...
excuse me just a second.
Yeah.
Supervisor Stern had a question.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, what you just explained, Michael, will that, in my understanding of, and perhaps in large part why we're being asked to consider these adjustments today, is the fact that everyone did the right thing.
Yes.
We responded to a drought situation, we conserved water, and the result of that is that our ratepayers are being asked to pay more. There's something fundamentally broken about that model. Is what you've just explained here going to keep us from having to respond in a similar fashion if we were to have an extended period of drought in the future, so that we don't have to ask our ratepayers to pay more because we didn't sell enough water?
This what is being proposed will factor into stability long term. We will have a clearer idea of, well, there will be a more of a set standard in terms of allowable water use. So that will definitely refine how much water we project to use, which fundamentally...
That's what I'm asking, yeah.
Absolutely, it will. It will. So it will influence, and if it provides more certainty on what we're allowed to use, then it provides more certainty in terms of determining rates.
Are there other water agencies that you know of in the state of California that have been able to avoid this kind of inverse odd relationship between water conservation and higher subsequent rates because they had planned for it differently? They had done something, they had gone through an experience like it in the past where they learned from an uncomfortable experience, like the discomfort that I think we're all feeling about this proposal today, given the fact it is in large part due to water conservation. Is there something we should be doing differently other than what you've just described on this slide so that we don't find ourselves in this position again?
What we have always done when we were looking ahead in terms of revenue and rates and impacts to customers is, to the best of our ability, forecast how much water we will be required to serve our customers, what regulations will be in place that would affect our ability to use that water, and then include that in the overall calculation. What we've seen during this period of drought is a significant paradigm shift. This is something that we have not, at least our district, we have not seen these conditions before. We've never had to face these conditions in terms of rate setting for Zone 41. I know there are water districts in the Central Coast areas that are much more dire straits and have been historically. But what this is doing is clarifying some of the parameters on which we will set rates moving forward. So, as I said, it takes some of the uncertainty out of the away, because we'll starting to focus on allowable use, how much we can use. I think the biggest outlier here was the state's response to the drought. I refer to it as a political drought that affected everybody, rather than on a region by region or area by area basis. There was not an assessment there. It wasn't the opportunity for an assessment to be made on, well, how about our own supplies? And then from that, use that as a basis for setting rates. So moving ahead, we're going to have a bit more certainty in that we know the state is going to continue to increase its influence and involvement in our water use and conservation. There's always a certain amount of uncertainty because it's predicting the weather. I mean, that's the bottom line. And
well, I mean, generally speaking, when you're talking about anything that is uncertain that you're trying to project for the purposes of budgeting, the greater the uncertainty, the larger the contingency, right? I mean, that's kind of a standard, reasonable way to plan, right? Yeah. So, is another way to think about what you're proposing here is that we're going to adjust our contingency in terms of the amount of water we think that will be sold versus the amount that historically has been consumed?
Yes. So historically, we've built in 10% conservation. That's sort of been a running mindset. We're looking ahead. We're assuming 20 to 25% conservation as the norm, and that's a necessary outcome of what we've experienced and how we've been influenced by the result, the directives from the state.
Supervisor Cerna, Rob Grantham, consultant who's assisted the department in the preparation of the rate recommendations that are before you today, could perhaps speak in a bit more detail about how other water purveyors in the state are dealing with.
I'd like to hear from him.
Yeah. Come on, Rob.
I very much appreciate the question. We basically ask our customers to do a good job, and then ultimately we're raising their unit costs. So to your point,
now we're punishing them for being good customers. A different way of putting it.
So we're raising the floor. It seems to me raising the floor and lowering the ceiling on this. When the squeeze, and I don't want to jump out of turn. I want to hear and respond to Supervisor Cerna's, but. As I've thought about this, I appreciate the briefing and the presentation, is that you're cutting back on reward for drought for the conservation. We're going to put in drought pricing, which is going to surcharge folks when things get tougher, speaking to the uncertainty, plus we're raising rates on top of it. I mean,
plus penalties for violation of the
and so to Supervisor Peters' point, I don't know how this is going to feel good to the customers that we serve. They certainly want reliability, and they need our product is essential to everyday life.
Right.
But whatever everybody else is doing, and to me, though, we've been chasing rates here for a long time. We'll talk more about that in a moment, but this squeeze is getting pretty tough. I mean, it's like no matter how good you do, you're still doing bad, when it comes to what you're going to pay, and that doesn't feel real good to this side of the dais, at least me. It's problematic, and I know it's where we're at. It's not Michael didn't create this, but I'm just. I want to hear from him.
But along that same line, we raise rates every year.
Right.
When does it stop? When do we even out? Because my understanding is we have decades of water in the ground, and that's pretty hard to understand why we're telling everyone to conserve and then having to raise rates because they are.
And even more in a season like the one we just had.
Right.
Yeah.
We've raised rates 170% in 10 years.
Right.
If we buy into what we have here, and that's my rough math, but that's about what it is.
It's almost 30% in 5.
Yeah. So go find another area where there's been 170% increase. And certainly, I don't recall any of the boards that I sit on, including this board, where we've anywhere approached that. And maybe we were historically low, accounting for the natural impact here. Right. That just. It really strikes me is that, to Susan's point, and Phil, when does it end? You're our hired engineer to look at this, but I don't see any end in sight. I don't see this chart anywhere, and again, it's not Michael's doing or his staff, but this news is not good news, and it's not just about a $2 proposed increase. It's about where we're going, because the system ages in place. You use that as one justification. You got the drought, you got this, you got that. I'm going to have a hard time answering customers when this gets, if we go forward with any suggestion that we're going to raise rates, this is going to be a hard one to answer this time around. So anyway, with that backdrop, you can give us what your assessment is elsewhere. So,
and I'll start with, I really appreciate the questions, the concerns, and expression. I work with the biggest agencies in the state, and you're not unique. There is a positive in that you have been forward thinking in terms of your reserves and where you are fiscally for the utility. What we're doing here is much more achievable than what a lot of other agencies are doing. 20% increases, 30% increases. And so being proactive has put you in a better position. So long term, one of the critical components of this process is looking at the fiscal policies and reserves, maintaining those over time so that we can, as you said, weather those normal fluctuations. In terms of the overall cost of water as a commodity, water and wastewater have increased at a higher rate than any other commodity we deal with. Regulations I know you all know the regional, $2 billion worth of investments. We paid for the Freeport project. That was really the major increase that we're talking about in terms of the overall rate increases. There is one saving grace in terms of the overall rate increases. We separate you noted the $2 or $4 in an increase, and that's a great way to state the increases. Overall, the unit costs are going up at a higher rate, but customers that have conserved, their bills aren't going up quite as much as the unit cost. And so that's an important thing to consider. From a structural restructuring, we are collecting a little more from a fixed charge, which will help long term.
That's subtext that the consumer doesn't care about. They don't, that may be understandable to you and I, the policymakers and everyone behind the scenes.
Fair enough.
To the senior citizen that's on a fixed income, that's academic.
Right.
I mean, that doesn't matter.
Right.
What matters is they have a certain amount that they get off of SSI and everything else every month, and they got to make do with what they have when they have something that's out of their control in the form of a higher bill, and it's cumulative. It's on top of sewer rate increases. It's on top of other utilities. And even if you're not on fixed income, we all know, as much as we appreciate being more or less out of the woods in terms of the Great Recession, wage increases are not escalating at the same trajectory as the cumulative appreciation in utility rates. Right. So, again, not blaming you. You've been tasked with a difficult job. But at some point, the math is what the math is, and we can all go kicking and screaming as much as we want, but at some point, it's just not going to work. And so I guess I have a fundamental question. Is what happens if we don't approve the rate increase? Really, what breaks down? What is going to be so fundamentally bad about not raising rates for a year or two?
If I may, Michael, to start with from fiscal perspective, in terms of burning down our reserves and our bond coverage, we are projecting, based on capital projects, which Michael can speak to, we are looking at issuing bonds in a couple of years that will affect our bond rating. And so cost of capital will be higher. It's something to
assuming you move ahead with those capital projects.
Correct, exactly.
And then I guess in terms of the
balance,
weighing the different options here, okay, what happens if you put off those capital expenditures for a couple of years?
The biggest, and Michael, if you would speak to it, the biggest is we have about $85 million in a capital replacement of local distribution lines, and so those projects, I'm not sure how much flexibility we have in terms of those upcoming expenditures.
Are those installing water meter lines? Is that what you're talking about?
Distribution lines.
Same thing.
The single biggest influence in our capital rehab program is replacing the system in our Arden service area. Mm-hmm. It's 50, 60 years old in some places. That is probably the single largest, aside from our Vineyard or Freeport project involvement. That's going to be our single largest improvement or rehabilitation project that we have seen and that we're going to see for quite some time. But we don't have the ability to push that down the road because that entire area has to be metered by 2025. Mm-hmm. It's the last portion of our service area that is currently unmetered, and we have to get that done by 2025. Now we could conceivably just put the meters in and have the existing system continuing to provide service at a less than acceptable level, and you just drag it out. The earlier you take care of things, the less they cost in the long run.
Mike, why did we leave that one to the end? I mean, that's all in the rearview mirror now, but we went ahead and did Laguna, we did rural communities, we got some grants for some, but we did all these other areas, newer, and maybe they were easier, but again, we spent money, we spent millions. Why didn't we look to an area that was oldest in infrastructure then, still is, in need of the meters? We know metering is coming. Your district, the agency has been good about pursuing that. But why does that leave to the end? And so then we're faced with what we are here today. I mean, it's like we spent millions of dollars in that stuff wasn't 15 years old when we started putting meters in out there. And it may have been less cost because it was newer, but it still would have been newer than what you're looking to try to retrofit now. I guess what decisions, and again, maybe you weren't a part of all those.
The deadline for installing meters in the large part of the Zone 40 portion of our entire service area, the deadline was 2013.
It was a different deadline than
It's a different deadline based on the identified sources for that part of our service area.
Identified sources
of water.
Of water.
So we have surface water. That area is identified to have surface water provided. Therefore, the state said, well, if you want to use any of that state water you've got, you need to get meters in by 2013. The Arden service area is held to a different requirement under the law. It says by 2025 you have to have meters. Period. It's not tied to, because that doesn't receive surface water.
They have to be hooked up?
They have to be installed in place, yes.
I'd ask.
And whether they're hooked up or not, it costs the same to install them. But that is a fundamental difference, and we've pushed that project over the past several years. We've continued to slide that out in terms of implementing that project for these very same discussion concerns that are being raised here in terms of rate increases and what are some of the options. But we're getting to the point now that we really don't have a lot of any flex room left, and we need to get that project started, and it's slated to start in early 2018, and it's going to be about 5 years.
So of every dollar you charge a customer, how much is for water and how much is for infrastructure and administration?
The vast majority of the cost, I'd say, and I'll do this in terms of, and Rob has ground the numbers, so you could be more specific. Vast majority of the costs are fixed. That's related to maintaining the infrastructure that we have in place and rehabilitating it. The amount of cost that varies with how much water is delivered is much smaller. So it's akin to, if you own a house and you're only there 2 weeks out of the year, you still have to pay the whole mortgage. You still have to pay for it to be maintained. And so there's a certain level of system infrastructure maintenance costs that are there regardless of whether you're throwing 100 gallons or 1,000 gallons through that pipe.
What is it, 90-10, 80-20, 70-30?
Yeah.
It's a little over, it's about 5 to 10% is variable, meaning power and chemicals. Most of our costs, I think it's an exceptional question, they're fixed. It's for infrastructure and for personnel, et cetera.
Well, we're asking for percentages.
Yeah, so
you said the vast majority. Is that 90% or is that 60%? 90% is.
And we collect revenues from the variable source. It's about 62% of our revenue fluctuates with demand. Around 40%, slightly under 40%, is a fixed amount of revenue we collect. So a much bigger proportion of the revenue is influenced by what is being read on that meter. So we have a disconnect there. We don't collect a fixed amount and a variable amount in the same proportion as our actual costs.
So when the bonds get paid off, will the bills go down?
The bills could go down. And that would be something that we would have to have present to the board, or you use it for the next series of rehab projects. But that's a decision point that you come to. You say, what's the outlook beyond that project?
Theoretically, I guess I should have said.
I know. Never happens.
It's always a first.
Can I just, again, this is in the context of a proposed rate increase, but it's kind of a workshop, and again, we're not killing the messenger here, but this is just, again, we've all had briefings on it and so forth, but as I said, just tracking this over the last 10 years, long before you were heading to the department, Michael, we had $6 and $8 because we had to bring the infrastructure on. We had to pay for this and pay for that. And then, we did this very conservative estimate. It wasn't your firm that did it, but, about if the bottom fell out, that we'd still have enough coverage. And, well, the bottom fell out, and it fell out a lot bigger than even the most conservative approach. But we've recovered from some of that, and then it's the drought, and it's this, and it's that. But I can't say that, there was one year we had a 0 in there, but we had 6 and 8 and 3 and 4s and 2s and all along the line. Now we're looking at 2s and 2s and 3s and 4s. And it just, I don't see any end in sight. I appreciate your chart, and you explained it, and maybe it levels off. But, what been told me a decade ago as a member of this board, and even prior to that, I haven't seen that level off. I've seen 100, 150, 160, 170% increase in rates, and you brought the recommendation, but I, as a member of this board, have been responsible for that, and I'm taking responsibility for it. And that's why I just think that, a very deep examination of where we're going. And again, it's not to question your ability. You want to keep the system in good repair, make sure our customers are happy, all things that we want too. And that's why we've, again, supported rate increases over time. But, even the explanation here about the 18 personnel, I recognize you pulled people off, you did some extraordinary things, so forth and so on. But the system isn't growing by leaps and bounds. You want to do some more this and that, preventative maintenance, all wise if you have the money. But, one of the things is that we can't do it all. We don't do it all anyway. And what I see is this big number out here on the flag that you got to have $75 or $80 million. You got to have the ability to go to the bond market and get the rate. And so if you don't have these rate increases, you board and you community, just be ready, because you ain't seen nothing yet. And I just, I am not, comfortable where we are today. Not because I don't believe what you're explaining. I think you've done a good job of giving us a recap. But again, I guess I don't have faith that we're ever going to see this level out. And again, it won't be my problem forever, because I'm not going to be on this board forever, and we'll change out over time. But I think, not only have a system that's in good repair, but that we've got some certainty. And you're trying to, do this rate exercise here, and I think it requires a broader look. I guess I just turn to you, Nab. I know, again, I've chatted with you, so I don't know, again, still got more presentation, more questions by the board, but just as we sit here today, I'm certainly not, I'm not prepared to take this out for a 218 process, and I know that gets into timing, and then you lose money because you didn't do this. I get all that, but as one member of this board, and again, who has a large part of the constituency that's going to be affected when it comes to ratepayers, that's the other thing that's unique about this, is that we all got a piece of this, a little bit or a lot. And some of us, are going to, stand before the ratepayers in those areas where the infrastructure, where they receive the service, but they're not all, a lot of people get their water from a different district. And so that, for me to be able to explain this and say, well, yeah, there's light at the end of the tunnel, I ain't seeing it, and it'd be hard for me to tell folks that that's the case, because it's just not, it's not there. So I don't know what you might do with this.
Supervisor Natali, kind of stating the obvious, we do not want to proceed with this if there's discomfort on the board. We want to get you to a spot that you understand what the ask is, and if we need more time for us to come back to another workshop, there's a bunch of questions you all are asking, then I think we should come back and answer. And let's do that. Let's come back if that's what the board's will is. More comprehensive look, yes, we can work with Michael and his folks to see where this is going. I think the question that was asked by all the supervisors is that when does this thing end? When is that we're not going to have rate increases? I mean, that's looking at the crystal ball, but I'd like to work with them, see if we can come back and answer that. My advice would be at this point, if the board so desires, that for us to finish the presentation, give you all the information, collect all the questions you have, and then put this back on the agenda and come back and discuss it again.
I'm good with that, because I'd like to see a balance sheet of the department and understand what the reserves are and how many employees and, what costs have gone up, and then I still, it escapes me this continual, for a pun, drip, drip, drip of the water price increases. I just don't get it. It just seems, I don't know if we're using the correct planning tools for that, and maybe we are, and it's just not apparent to me.
We can do that. That's, you want a balance sheet, and you want the staffing to,
But I couldn't hear you.
staffing? You want a balance sheet
Yeah.
and staffing?
Just, I don't want to know how many people are in each department, just, what it was over the last couple of years and where it is now. And if we put in newer equipment, can we reduce staff because it's newer equipment and it's more efficient? Those are usually, as you move forward in this century, machines do more of the work. I'd like to know that.
Okay.
And, I'm like everybody else. I live in one of these zones, and I took out a bunch of landscaping last year and had to pay for that. And now the price is going to go up. It's just, it seems like we're banging ourselves on the head with a hammer here. And a lot of people in my neighborhood and that zone are in the same condition. I see people changing out their landscaping every day.
Okay, Michael, we got to keep going through. Yeah,
Sure. If we could just finish the
You're on a roll now, Michael.
Thanks, Rob. As we've discussed just previously, we are proposing a 2-year rate increase. And I do want to touch on the idea that, when does this level out? And this may be, again, suggest it's more academic discussion for us versus the customers, but what influences that leveling out is what are the factors that cause an increase in cost? And it's not just water, and it's not just cost of living for staff. Is a district growing? How old is it? Is it fully built out? A Fair Oaks Water District that has no growth needs is looking at ongoing O&M and capital rehab on a much more predictable and consistent basis. That's going to have a different level of complexity than a district that is straddling both an older area and a growing area. And whether there's bond debt that needs to be supported, that also and then I'm just throwing those in the context of when do things level off. When are the influencers of cost stabilize is part of the answer. And so, coming back with some more specifics on that will hopefully help address those concerns. But the real on-the-ground impact from the conservation mandates was a reversal in revenue from year to year over a 2-year period, and ongoing the projected revenue level because of the reduction in use. So we proposed 2 years ago that we needed a rate increase that would get us about $3.2 million additional revenue annually. Well, we didn't see that. We saw double that in the other direction. So it is. I absolutely appreciate it. We're back here asking for about $3.2 million for an increase, but the table has been reset in terms of what that's based on, and it's in terms of predictions. This past 4 years of drought and the state's response to it, I don't think have been reasonably predictable by any
So I have a question.
district manager.
So you've got an increase every year, you're saying. I know this is probably heresy, but if we have all this water underground, can we sell water? I mean, you've got a commodity.
I'm glad you raised that at this.
Well, I mean, I don't want to sell it below the grapevine, but why can't we sell it to Fair Oaks or Roseville or someplace like that?
Regional.
I mean, could we sell it for enough to make up for the price increases and still have enough water for our customers?
Right. The ability to share water within the region is something that...
Sell.
Well, I understand that.
Sharing sounds like you don't pay for it.
No, we actually already have that ability, and we receive some water from the city of Sacramento, and we've made interconnections within the systems of adjacent districts so that we could move water that's purchased from one district to another. So those are in place. You have to look at is there such a demand with our neighboring districts that we could make up this difference? No, we're not gonna. In order to be able to sell this, you've got to find someone who needs it.
So you do have to go below the grapevine.
Yeah. Thank Thank you.
Well, I don't know, the rates in the other districts in this region are higher than ours, so I wonder if you sell it to them, if they would be buying it at a lesser price than wherever they're getting it now.
So in order, so to do that,
I mean, is their percentage of capital equipment to the price of water the same as ours?
Each one's going to be different, but again, the 90% plus of your cost is just the infrastructure. And each district's going to have its own setting in terms of age, rehab, the rehabilitation replacement period, and whatever other financial obligations they have. But selling water from one district to another is not going to be a mean. If it were, because we've already identified we have the supply we need, but selling it, but in order to sell it to somebody else to cover our costs in exchange for a rate increase, won't make it marketable, because each other district who might be buying it is going to be factoring that into the cost that they have to pass on to their ratepayers. So there's a sort of an equity in terms of the cost of water between that might be sold or bought between districts. So moving ahead, we did not realize the revenue increase or the actual additional revenues from the prior rate increase, and our year-to-year revenues are significantly down. The work that we were proposed to do 2 years ago, we've held off for 2 more years. We held off on filling those new positions. That meant fewer crews in the field to do the preventive maintenance programs. We've held off on the tank coating reprojects and the well rehab projects and the other capital rehab projects that the smaller ones that we identified that would be funded or supported by the prior rate increase.
Wasn't there a fluoridation surcharge in the last?
Fluoridation surcharge, we had to pay for that.
That was in the last rate increase.
Yes, and we had to pay for that even though we didn't realize that the revenue to support it. So all of that means we shifted $3 million of expense in keeping with the reduction in revenue. That was just a matter of fact. And then looking ahead, we've got to sustain the capacity to do the next big project and projects after that. I think long term we're looking at about a $6 or $7 million capital rehab program once we get past Arden. And that's where you'll see some of this, the rate increase stabilize. But until you get to your system is built out and your costs are pretty well known, that's the point where you're very stable and you have a lot of certainty in terms of rates because there's fewer things that influence it. But until we're there, we have a lot of variability and uncertainty because of what can influence.
And that'll be decades, if not a century. When you look at the Jackson Corridor,
30, 40, 50 years.
No, at least, Michael. I mean, you just look at they get 30,000 proposed homes in Jackson Corridor alone. You look at what's been approved in Florin Vineyard Gap, North Vineyard Station, all areas that we serve. There's still areas in the north area. I got to imagine that 50 years will go by and they'll still be talking about when the system builds out. I can't, nobody has a crystal ball can tell for certain, but I just don't, the rate of growth anymore, that's part of what we're experiencing here. Talk about what's being contemplated. So you're always going to be out in that system. You get developer fees to do those one-time installs. Meanwhile, stuff is aging in place. And so you talk about lagunas and vineyards and Valley High in this discussion, and it's 30 years in age or thereabouts, but I don't know that anybody certainly in my lifetime is ever going to see even close to build out. And so, how do you counter for that then? If that's where you find stability, at least in one sense, I don't know how you ever get there. I mean, we're all going to hand over to the next generation of folks that are going to be doing what we're doing. I just don't. You're just going to keep chasing it. It sounds like, because you've got this deferred maintenance. You're estimating $7 million, but the system that you now got in the ground is bigger, it's aging, and even with the upgrades, and so you add on to that, and then you're trying to do the new builds and all the developer reimbursements and all that goes with advancing those monies, and don't think the Freeport facility is not going to get old over time,
right?
And the vineyard treatment plan, and so. Again, I don't know. I think part of the discussion when you come back is that beyond just this $7 million rehab, when I see when you redo a well, it's $1 million. that tank coating was $1 million. That tank was only 14 years old, the one there at Calvine Road.
Right.
And we put another $1 million into maintenance. It wasn't even old by the standards we're judging here. And again, you couldn't, that wasn't your fault again, but it's just, those are types of things that you can have some contingency will take care of the unanticipated. But I guess I had some level of confidence that if that's the marker, then I guess if we accept that as being the market, it's just when the build out occurs, then you're going to have stability. Then this is going to be exercise in chasing how much can ratepayers and this board and the staff stomach as it relates to rates and what they provide for relative to the dollar flow that comes into the district in any given year. So anyway, next chart.
All right, so we've touched on this previously, but this is the capital rehab expenditure outlook. The two tall bars, that is sort of the core of the Arden Rehab project. It does begin actually in 2018, just the initial phase. But really the bulk of the work is scheduled for 21 and years 2021 and 2022. And that's supported in part with $35 million of anticipated additional bond revenue.
Yeah, sure, Mr. Stern. Go. I'll just jump in.
Just a somewhat of a rhetorical question, but you mentioned, Michael, that a large part of the increase is to get that last part of the county, the service area in Arden served and metered and all that, and it's got antiquated conveyance infrastructure. So let's pick another part of Zone 41, part that's in my district, which is non-residential, which is the panhandle,
mm-hmm.
the area south of North Market. It's light industrial, commercial. Of all the rate increases, not just the ones being proposed, projected now, but over the years, of all the rate increases, when's the last time those I could say the same thing about Zone 41 as we're saying about the legitimate need to do what's necessary for Arden. So in other words, how do I try and explain this to a Raging Wire or a Track 7 a brewery, which is pretty water intensive, so that they understand that we have the responsibility, obviously, to various communities throughout the service area across the county, whether it be Zone 40 or Zone 41, so that they understand that, yeah, it's just a matter of phase or timing, that we have various projected, expected rate adjustments, and we try and address chunks at a time of a conveyance infrastructure need or metering. When's the last time that Zone 41 actually saw some required enhancement to their infrastructure, or saw some benefit to their conveyance system in that part of the service area from a rate adjustment?
I understand the question, and we could go back and try to assign cost, and that would be in terms of maintenance that's carried out, leaks that are repaired, valves that are replaced, etc. And you could
goes back to that 90%
and you could say, well,
fixed cost answer, doesn't it?
You could say part of it is, okay, so the last rate increase contributed to that, but then maybe there wasn't any significant work that happened in that area for the subsequent two rate increases. Because we have a large district versus multiple small districts, mm-hmm. you have that, you have an economies of scale in one hand, but you are, from anybody's perspective, you could be seen as disproportionately providing service because each area of that each portion of that service area is in a different condition.
Sure.
So cyclically, you say, over 50 years or 75 years, there'll be this sort of, circling back and you'll start touching things. But this district hasn't even been providing service long enough for that
Sure.
to even out. but you could assign proportions of prior rate increases to the additional truck and the additional crew that were hired after that increase that did additional repairs there. It would be a very intricate analysis, and still, I think, subjective in the end. You could assign or reassign a cost. But I know what you're saying. There's nothing, not a significant project. Well, you got your big rehab project then.
I get it. Okay, thank you.
So anyhow, this is what's projected for the capital rehab expenses for Zone 41, and we do anticipate, because we don't see an area in a portion of our service area that's in the same condition as the Arden, only because the bulk of our area is newer. This one is, just comparatively much older. The way it was built with infrastructure behind the houses just make this an additionally expensive rehabilitation project. But we don't have the same conditions in other portions of our service area because they are built to a newer standard and the infrastructure is itself newer versus this infrastructure more or less being inherited by a prior entity, from a prior entity. A couple other items that are included in this proposed rate increase is just the underlying methodology for calculating the conservation discount. The conservation discount has been a means for the water agency to provide incentive for customers to conserve, as either as a requirement or as simply a need to manage supply. Obviously, conservation has become much more of a regulatory mandate in recent years, but up to now we've had a pretty straightforward, either a 10% or a 20% discount off the bill, depending on your use for that month. So the lowest discount or the lowest water use, the customer would receive 20% discount, and then the second level they'd receive a 10% discount, just taken off the bill, off the Zone 41 bill. Given the past 4 years of focus on conservation and mandates, we've had a significant increase in accounts qualifying for the discount, and these are metered accounts. Metered users are the only ones that residential that qualify for a discount. So what we've seen is in 2012 we had 35,000 accounts qualify for our conservation discount. Last year we had 48,000, and we have 54,000 accounts total. So almost everybody is receiving a conservation discount. In order to assign that discount more appropriately to the cost of providing the service, the methodologies that we're proposing is being changed. So where there's instead of a flat percentage, the proposal is, here's a set amount of discount depending on your usage, and then associated with that is call it a per unit or a per 100 gallons discount based on how much was measured through your meter. So the discount is received in a different fashion, and the net result is that for a user, as the example shows, using 15 CCS, which is approximately 11,000 gallons a month, they would see a discount from $367 drop to $295. Understanding you've got more people calling for the discount. And that discount is in effect just an inverse tier. It's an incentive tier versus, but ultimately, however many people qualify for a discount, that affects your baseline revenues, which influences what your overall rate is. So you chase it one way or the other. Everybody gets a discount, and everyone gets a 20% discount. That's great. Well, then your base rate has to go up that much more. So we're trying to spread that out, continue the incentive with, and have it help mitigate the rate increase as much as we can.
Michael, how long is this current? We redid this about, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 rate increases ago where we actually we did some modification, because I remember some of the folks in Elk Grove were not too pleased with the shift to the volumetric and so forth. And I think we instituted as we got more on meters. So has it been, what, half a dozen years since we actually instituted this current one, or is it as recently
The discount?
Yeah, this current structure that we have with this calculation, volumetric and fixed versus discount?
That comes with moving to metered, so I'd have to go back and find the exact.
Well, if we had to be by 2013, had to have everything metered in those new surface areas. I trust we've done in the last, it seems like every last 5 or 6 years.
I don't want to say, I think 2008, 2009.
Okay, Rod's going to jump out. You know exactly?
Yeah, I think that was when we implemented this approach, because you do have to recognize the fixed costs and the variable costs with the service and assign the charge appropriately.
So we've had it in place maybe 7 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
If I may, so one of the questions in terms of just the total amount, more people qualifying, but also the structural change, instead of a percentage increase, it's a flat change to the meter charge, and then, as Michael said, a unit charge in terms of per 100 gallons used. That modification is to comply with recent case law in terms of Prop 218. And so it's a clarity. It's the conservation discount is still a good, solid 218 compliant approach, but the slight modification is to deal with recent case law and to make it a little more compliant with that recent case law. So, thank you.
What was the case? What happened? Somebody sued because they were getting charged too much?
Just in terms of the tying back to the nexus of cost of service. Okay. So the ethic that we've always implemented, the county has always implemented.
Okay, thanks.
So the additional sort of a new methodology approach that is included with this proposal is the idea of establishing a demand reduction surcharge or a drought surcharge. And this would be something that, in essence, would provide some stability if we were in a period where there was a declared drought or a mandatory, call it a political drought or real drought, where we are mandated to reduce. This would be a tool that could be considered to help stabilize revenue. From a customer's perspective, it's not great. Obviously, that means, oh, we're in a drought, my rates are going to go up, even though I'm using less. It's the same conundrum. But what this does is provides that tool in the toolbox for the board to consider if we were in a situation where, similar to what we were in for the past 4 years. Nothing would be implemented in terms of surcharges unless the board approved it. But what this does is, if you include it in this rate-making process, it is there, it's in code, and it is available should the board decide to use it in the future if we are in a drought situation again.
How does this comport with 218? So in the case of a shortage is one thing, but it's not necessarily a shortage, it's just the use reduction, because it sounds like we're well positioned. So how does this comport with 218, that somehow you're using less? You're not, you don't have an infinite resource here, but you got plenty of water in the ground. It's just because people are using less, we're going to charge you more. So how does that fit the nexus of being fair?
It's a great question. And going back to the previous question, the water is pretty much free. That's infrastructure. And so if we're in Southern California, we can shed half of our costs because we won't buy buy that water. But basically what this does is it keeps us revenue neutral. To continue to pay for the capacity, to maintenance of the capacity. And so the question's a good one, but it ties back to the 218 nexus of cost and service provided, because that customer is still going to be paying for their proportionate share of capacity or the infrastructure cost. And so 218 compliant, the difficulty is less for paying more, no question.
Well, because again, I see on the conservation piece of it, and I got to understand the rationale, but I guess I don't, and I'd maybe turn to Robin and folks, take a look at this at some juncture, because again, I understand the concept, I understand why. Right. Why, if you're the chief of the water agency, you'd bring this forward. But on the other hand, how that fits on our 218 guys, and maybe it's already been proven, maybe there's case law, just as it just seems to me that this, counterintuitive or not, that I think that the nexus becomes, again, not from a legal standpoint, I just see this as being one where, with the ratepayers, it's like, huh?
Well, it provides a legally defensible tool to help stabilize rates during a drought where you've got reduced use. It doesn't force an agency to implement.
No, I know. You says board approval.
So it's something that provides the ability to respond in that situation that is in a period shorter than a 2 or 3 or 4 year.
Because in a shortage standpoint, you go say, okay, we got this issue. We got a supply issue over here. We don't, the wells are going dry. The river allocation's been cut. Something systemically. It's different than saying, well, we got plenty of water to sell you. You just aren't buying enough, so we're going to charge you more for what you're not buying.
And those are both two different conditions that could exist, they have the same influence depending on, if your supply is short and you need every drop, that's an impact of revenue. So that part of the context is if this were being proposed to be implemented in an actual situation, that's part of the context, and the board would have have to consider all that. But what this does is build that tool in the toolbox in the event it is needed, and it is only implemented during that period. And it can't be arbitrary because again, there have been legal precedent where you can't just arbitrarily say, oh, it's a drought, so we're going to go 25% higher. There's still got to be some assignment, and this would be proposed to allow some mitigation of a revenue impact.
And your assignment is these stages that you've outlined in the slide that's up there? That's the method you at least outlined. Okay, thanks.
So just overlaying what we're proposing as far as a rate increase, looking out 5 years, the proposed, the two bars there, 17, 18, 18, 19, that would be the collective charge that a resident who pays both Zone 40 and Zone 41 would see on their water bill on a monthly basis. Again, noting that the smaller separate little areas, the Arden and Northgate and those other ones, do not pay the Zone 40 charge. But this just shows you, this stacks them up and shows you what that net bill would be for a customer in both Zone 40 and Zone 41 as sort of a typical metered residential connection. And this is an extremely difficult to read comparison chart of comparable districts in our area and the rates they charge and some of the increases that they have indicated are going to be implemented or are being proposed. And it's, it's not necessarily good to say, well, we're less than those folks, but by comparison, you can see that regionally, these similar increases have been implemented for many of the same reasons.
How the numbers are different than the previous one?
Just hold up on this slide.
Because this is a table that's based on 20 CCF per month usage, which was the standard that a lot of these other districts have. So we continued that. It's a comparative analysis for a different level of metered usage. Again, each person's bill is going to be dependent strictly on how much they use. So if you look at 20 CCFs, this is how the bills compare.
How can we use 15 CCFs on the previous chart then? Why was that?
That is our typical usage that we see. That's what it. Again, if I tell a metered resident your bill's going to go up at $3, it's not. It depends on how much they use. There's always that's dependent on how much they use. For a set amount of use, we can tell you what the bill will be.
Susan, do you have a question?
Yeah, Mike. So maybe I don't understand some of the X's and blanks in this. But I'm looking at the city of Folsom. They're metered, if I understand this right, it's $40.80 that was set in 2013. And it appears there's no increase
Nothing proposed at this point that we were able to get from them when contacting. They don't have any, they didn't indicate any proposed increase in the near future. That's what that means.
I just find that surprising because don't they get their water from Folsom Lake, and they were in big trouble during the drought or worried about being in big trouble?
Yes.
That's your answer?
I won't attempt to analyze their financial basis, but when we reach out to the districts and ask them for the information, what is being proposed in terms of future rate increases.
Folsom has two sources of water. One they do get from Folsom Lake, and the other one is a pre-1911, 1915, I think they call it Fazio water, which is on the north side. So when they do their rates, they're always recalibrating. So they had a problem with the drought, but they had other sources of water that helped them stabilize their rates.
Okay.
Now
Seems odd that they haven't had a rate increase since 2013.
And we can come back with some
I'm just trying to compare these,
Sure.
and some of them are really hard to understand. It appears West Sacramento doesn't have any plans to increase their rates, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now, then we get to Orangevale. Their rate is $36.39. 2016, the rate was set, and they have no plans to increase. Are they mostly well water?
They're groundwater. They receive some from San Juan on a wholesale basis, but that goes into what was discussed prior. Each district, depending on its source of water, whether it's built out or not, whether it's carrying debt or not, that all factors into any particular district's rate setting. So each one of these districts is going to have a different cost basis.
I think when we come back, I think as Michael's point, there's different variables, but we should delineate those for you so you know what's causing
Yeah,
it.
just trying to, I mean, we're all kind of in the same region here, and the rates are dramatically different in some places. And then I see Rio Linda's at 71.73 since 2016, and no proposed rate increases, and they just went through this. They don't have any water in the ground, so I don't understand.
But they do have access to water through Sac Suburban through a connection.
Right, Sac Suburban's not too excited about that.
No,
my
I understand
understanding.
that.
So maybe that's an outlier. But then you get to Sacramento County. So this is what your proposal. I'm looking at, let's see.
So compare a customer who's in both Zone 40 and 41, where they've got the sort of the day-to-day delivery of water and the O&M that goes with that. Then there's a separate cost for the bond debt on the large infrastructure, the Vineyard and Freeport.
Mm-hmm.
You're not likely going to see that in Orangevale or Fair Oaks or another water district that is built out. That's part of the context. There's a whole separate charge that's assigned to something that most of these other districts aren't going to have.
So when does the bond debt go away?
I think
in Laguna. When is it paid off?
I want to say is it 37? I'm trying, where's Susan?
37.
It's 34. 34, 35. So that's when we'll be
and they should go back down somewhere around what Zone 41 is? Assuming...
It could go back down, or as the unlikely scenario that was expressed. But that would be something that the board would decide. So that debt is gone, and
I think Supervisor Peters, what that will dictate will be: is there any other need that's needed? Is there more debt that we're going to end up incurring?
Yeah. There's in the distant future there is the idea of a phased expansion of Vineyard, or there's a rehab of Freeport. Would that be something that Zone 40 rate would be able to continue to support? So once you are cleared that initial debt, it's still there if there's an identified need.
Okay. So basically on this one, I want to know more about why there are some rates that are a lot lower.
Sure.
I mean, it sounds like there's a reason, but you can't tell from this chart.
Okay. Sue Frost.
Is there a lifespan for the equipment, the capital improvement, the meters?
Yeah.
And does it outlive the bond debt? And then as soon as you pay off that bond, or do you turn around and will we have to, what is the lifespan of the equipment?
Well, if you want to talk about the distribution system, you want to assume at least a 50-year life. And that's 50-year life on something that we build now. The older stuff didn't have that service life, so we've been patching it along. Meters, though, no, you mentioned a meter. A meter's not going to last 50 years. A meter may last 2 years. Or if they have failures. Those are something that we replace on a much more frequent basis. But the large-scale infrastructure, looking at a 50-year life, that's reasonable.
And so when you go out, did you have more to say about that?
No.
Okay. When you go out and you sell bonds, are you looking at fixed rate bonds in view of possible inflation?
That is a decision that is going to depend on the economic conditions at the time, and so whatever is going to be the most realistic and sustainable debt to carry is something that's going to be assessed. But that would be something that Rob or the folks in our county's debt office consider, our CFO in our department. Those are things that they consider in that analysis.
He's shaking his head like he might have something to say.
Typically, we do use fixed rate debt. I mean, we've had variable rate debt where it makes economic sense, but typically it is fixed rate. Your question with respect to the lifespan, the meters can last 15 years or more, but that, as Michael's saying, is that's a quicker replacement cycle. The $85 million we're talking about in terms of the Arden service area, really that's about the pipe, the long-term assets.
Underground?
Correct. And so that's the majority of the cost.
And do you partner with the
15 years from
transportation and other cities when you're doing that kind of infrastructure to maybe share some of those expenses at the same time they're doing roads?
We do coordinate in terms of installation. We don't share expenses. We can't share expenses, but if we are, as we will be doing with the Arden project, we're going to time that in conjunction with the Department of Transportation to ensure that we're not tearing up a road that's been recently paved, or that it will align so that a subsequent paving project will come after ours. But we do also build into our project rehabilitation of the pavement in the area that we've worked to ensure that at the end product, not only underground but on the surface, is improved from the existing condition.
So given the recent funding that's possibly going to come down for roads, if you did delay funding and delay infrastructure capital improvement, it could in theory be bad for having to tear into new roads that had been placed down.
That has to be factored into the scheduling of our project, absolutely. And there's
so
some,
you're all communicating with each other.
On the large or small capital rehab projects, that is a regular part of the project vetting process to ensure that if we see this project, we don't say, hey, we're going to do this date. Oh, we never checked with transportation. No, that is something that happens early on in project scoping to ensure that we don't have that conflict.
Yeah, Supervisor Frost and larger.
Hold on. Supervisor Frost, on the question on variable rate debt, it will, recommendation if we do ever issue variable rate debt in this county, it went away pretty heavily. I think one of the things that you embedded, I think your question was when we did briefings with you when you came on, a lot of the financial issues the county ran into was the use of that kind of debt, which you can do if you have pretty good cash reserves. And we are not very cash rich, so our recommendation to you most likely will be fixed unless there's a way we can demonstrate to you that there's a way we can save money. But we've learned our lesson from it. The overall county debt structure, airport, and I believe water also had it. And in the last 10 years, what we've been doing is systematically going in and replacing the variable rate debt with fixed debt. So just want to let you know that we're very, as Michael said, our debt people look at it very closely, and that is a type of debt that we do not want to kind of replicate the issues we've had in the past.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Rob.
Yes, Supervisor Frost, I was going to speak to your question regarding water projects, water infrastructure, and relationship to roads, road condition. Michael spoke about the internal communication that we have within the county organization. We also have a protocol set up with other water purveyors in the county in regards to impacting roadway surface conditions, and when there's a project, how we can pool resources to provide the best possible roadway service at the end of that project, be it funding for road projects combined with the budget that may be in a water infrastructure project that's there for restoration of their trench work. What we try and do is leverage those resources to provide the best road at the end of the day, regardless of who's doing that water project in the road within the county.
Yeah, because, I mean, in Carmichael, the roads already have a lot of the holes are already in the road, so it's easier to dig
Install
into
pipe.
it, I think. But
Shove the pipe in there now?
But with gas and water and the roads, it seems like there would be some shared expenses, or it'd be less expensive to work together.
To leverage, projects going in at the same time or close to the adjacency of the project timing. And there's a utility coordination process that our designers and the other project engineers for the other utilities participate in. And part of it is to sort of look ahead. How can we align projects to the degree that project needs can fluctuate to accommodate that. Sometimes it simply can't because of the urgency of a project, but that is something that is part and parcel to that on-range scoping.
Thank you.
Michael, just real quickly before you get to the next slide. I've been thinking here as some of the questions come forward and this has been talked about, in past years, and you addressed it, a few minutes back, but it's been alluded to that, somehow we could kind of grow our way to stability with more connections. And I think to your, candid point a little while ago about, you're not going to have certainty or stability until you get to pretty much build out. But I recall, again, maybe not with you, but certainly with your one of your predecessors that there was when we get to we get past that 55 to 60,000 connections, we're going to be in better shape. Obviously, you're going to have more money, but you got more responsibility and the system build. And it seems to me that premise really, unless you get to the end game, it's not there because it goes to what you have in place. What life expectancy is and how much you can milk beyond that. And so it doesn't matter if you have 50,000 connections or 75,000 connections. Again, I don't see the clarity for how that's ever going to help us. And so, I don't think, unless there's a sweet spot that either you or Rob see as being, you calculate a number of permits because that's how you build the system, and then you can figure, what your capacity is relative to wells or surface water delivery. But beyond that, if the commodity is really not the, or the supply is not the issue anymore, it's all that fixed, what you said very early on in one of the questions, that fixed infrastructure. So if we never added one more connection, we're not going to probably be much worse off than we will if we add 25 or 30 or 40,000 more connections over the next 50, 60 years, or better off. I mean, it's going to be relative because of what the system is. And if your supply isn't the concern, and thank goodness we've been, fortuitous, I think, in the work that, you and your colleagues have done relative to Freeport, certainly on the surface water side, but also, we have, bountiful water, but we need to manage it, with conservation in mind. Is there a counter to that, or is that in essence true that it doesn't really, connections doesn't really help you?
Well, I don't think that's just generally true. Yes, obviously more connections is more revenue, but connection growth certainly doesn't keep pace with the cost of maintenance on an annual basis, and a lot of that is driven by are we providing the appropriate frequency and level of maintenance to a system, or do you pull back? But so much of that is, you're right, is influenced by how many connections each year. Well, it's 600, 700, 800 connections a year. Yeah, I mean, that's not enough to sustain, the cost due to age and rehabilitation needs.
And the obligations you take on, because you got more distribution system, you got, and every so many units you got to have another well for redundancy, and that's $1 million, $2 million every time you put a hole in the ground with the, every development of that well.
And we've had, we've been in a period where we put large infrastructure in, funded by development, but it's cycled through, speak to the tank,
right?
That it needs rehab. Well, that falls on the existing customer base. So there's where you don't have that proportional escalation of costs and revenue growth just from connections. So it perhaps there's a different model to fund that, but then that becomes a separate discussion.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so finally, this is.
You already showed this slide.
No, this is a different.
This is everything.
Different slide.
This is the full bill.
This is looking at.
About 4 slides ago. I've got 2 of the same thing. Are you sure you didn't?
I hope not.
No, it's a different one.
No, that was the prior one.
There's a water rate projection into this one? Okay.
Yeah, maybe there's an error in the...
It has the exact same amounts on it.
Oh,
no.
okay.
Oh.
Looks exactly the same. Okay.
So this shows the existing proposed and projected Zone 40 and 41 rates, along with the sewer district rates, the stormwater utility, and solid waste, just to see for a customer who receives all those services billed through CUBS. This is just sort of the overall amount that they would be seeing on a monthly basis. It's been a comparison that's been used in the past. So.
This would largely be some of the Arden area that Susan represents and Vineyard area that Patrick and I share would receive these bills in their entirety. Elk Grove has their own garbage service. Now is their city, their corporate city, Rancho Cordova likewise, but
right.
They get a portion of this, but they're in the unincorporated areas. There are neighborhoods and communities that would get this full bill, $326 a month, every other month bill from the county of Sacramento, where we're.
Right. So just finally to recap the proposed increases for the 2 years. It's completely recognized by staff the conundrum or the irony of coming out of a period of mandated or real drought and conservation, less water use, meaning good response by customers. And then falling into one of the wettest winters on record, 16-17, which I think speaking in one of our briefings, people's memories fade very quickly when there's too much or too little. So the difficulty in trying to explain and rationalize a rate increase in the situation is compounded. Looking ahead, though.
Very well stated, Michael.
I'll have to go back and watch the tape and see exactly what I said because I can't remember. But looking ahead, we know that we're going to be held to task to use less water, and we know that we have increasing costs for maintaining and operating the infrastructure. And we are not at a point where it's stable yet. We don't have enough control of those influencers on our system to be able to do that. Regardless of the rate that we charge and the revenue we receive, we carry the goal to manage the operations and maintenance and the financial administration of the service that we provide as efficiently, as effectively as possible. And it is extremely difficult to predict exactly what's going to happen, and that I appreciate the concerns that have been expressed. I echo them myself. Yeah, we need some more money, and we don't know what's going to happen. I mean, that's, when you water it down, that's really what it comes out as. But we know the impacts that we've seen from an absolute political mandate over the past 3 years that had nothing to do with our supplies. Nonetheless, we had to continue to carry operational costs and defer projects to maintain our financial position. And there's a number of decisions that were made in the past that I think were well made in terms of the debt we carried in order to have the infrastructure that we have now. And that is just part of the complexity of the setting that we're in. If you have any other questions, or like County Exec indicated, we'll take those questions and come back to you as you desire.
All right. Thanks, Michael. Thanks for your presentation, for the preparation, and certainly for fielding the questions, you and Rob both. There may be some other questions. We do have one person signed up to speak. There may be others, but board members.
I will just put up, that was the proposed schedule. Just
probably a little slippage in there.
For the sake of the Prop 218 process, I want to get that up there.
Okay. No, thanks for that. So, again, good presentation. So, any questions of Michael before he gets seated? Okay, I think you're good to go. You can keep going. Thanks, Mike. All right, so I have one speaker signed up, Karen Klinger. Karen? Good afternoon, Karen.
Can't help but shake my head with these departments that always want the customer's money. And you know what? I appreciate, Serna, all of you who've spoken out. This is ridiculous. Look at the people on the street. Why do you think they're there? Because they all want to be there? I don't think so. Do you know, every time there's an increase in water, sewer, garbage, what happens to the rentals? The landlords have to raise rents. This has to stop here, and I hope you oppose this right now, because you don't have money. What do you think about the poor? What do you think about the poor? It's time you take a diet. And the diet is to sell every property they don't need, and that would start with 920 La Sierra Drive. I believe that's the correct address, where there were 3 private property owners that had offers in, very good offers, by the way. And why did the Sacramento County Water Agency need it? To store chemicals? We don't want those chemicals. We don't want them in our neighborhood. We want that turned into a private property, because those property owners were willing to turn it into a very interesting property. They can sell property. They want us to sell our property because we can no longer afford to live in Zone 4041. Water meters, they talk about a flat rate. No matter how much water you use, there's going to be a flat rate like there is in the city of Sacramento. Whether you don't live in your house for a week, you still pay that flat fee. Something has to change, and I think the big change came in the late 90s when the county created an uncity for those of us in the unincorporated area. You created a city, even though you're a county, because you provided municipal service that we have paid highly for. I don't want services. I would rather hire my own people when I need something done. County services were like in the 90s for water, sewer, garbage. Now, what are they? $280, $290 for water, sewer, garbage in my neighborhood? I don't want you guys anymore. I love you. It'd be great to have the service probably, but your rates are too high. You need to have competition, and there is no competition. So this seems like it's a Ponzi scheme. Every time the state and the county ask for money, it's like they really don't need it. They need to pay for something else. Now, when they borrowed bonds, were any of those capital appreciation bonds?
I don't think they were. We sold bonds in order to, not only were capital appreciation bonds. I think we went to the bond market. They were to fund.
Well, you never know. You should ask the county.
We can ask.
I don't believe so. If they were, we have refinanced them and we've taken them out of our portfolio.
Okay.
Well, you had a penalty if you did, because capital appreciation bonds, you have a huge penalty that exceeds anybody's imagination.
Okay.
So if that's the case, include that in your question as far as financing. I also had included, I do have a copy of opposition to this. I think it's agenda item 45.
Right, it got circulated, Karen. Have you sent it through the email, that one?
And then I also, well, but I don't, I'm going to give this to you again because
Okay.
I made marks, but I also want to tell you that I'm very concerned about water meters. All of this has to do with water meters. I believe I had it shown to speak after the meeting on water meters. I want hearings scheduled for those of us in Zone 40, 41 who do not have water meters now. You can see I have lots of questions. The people will have lots of questions. You know, when there's a notice, people don't get the daily recorder. We don't get a notice when there's going to be fees, assessments, new taxes, or whatever, utility rate increases. And the very people who should be here aren't here because they can't even tune into this. They're trying to make a penny, a dime, a nickel. To them, that's a lot of money in some cases because it may make the difference on what they can add to what they can buy at the grocery store. So I can't tell you how I'm just not enchanted with this new uncity that the county created in the late 90s and the 2000s. It's sinful, it's immoral, and let's get back to the water meters, though, because I think, will you, the Board of Supervisors, please consider scheduling a hearing prior to any form of water meters being added in the Arden Park area? We have large lots, very deep lots. And you can see from the questions I have, I'm sure there are tons of others that have.
Okay.
And I also want to speak on an off-agenda item, too.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Very good. Thanks, Karen. Okay. We'll get back to the off-agenda in a moment. All right. Anybody else here to speak on this item? If not, then next steps, Mr. Gill.
Members of the board, what I would like to do is we have questions that you've asked. Let us sit down with staff and come up with a new timeline and then come back to the board.
Okay. All right. So we're going to drop the item for now? Is that the intent?
I think the intent will be you received a report today.
Received a report? Okay.
Received a report, and you've given us questions, but you have to follow. We're just going to schedule with the clerk when we will come back to you.
Okay. What do you anticipate, 4 to 6 weeks?
I believe so, for at least 4 weeks, but I want to consult with the department and make sure that it's within the timeline we can answer the questions you have.
All right. So for today's purposes, we just receive and file, no further action required, not continuing to a date certain, but we will be back on the agenda in the May or June timeframe we anticipate.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Very good. Any other comments? No action needed, Madam Clerk? Okay. All right. Thank you, Michael and Rob, for your information presented today and for your presentation, and we'll see you back again, I'm sure, next few weeks on this item. Okay, that takes care of the published agenda item. I know we've got, Karen has requested to speak off agenda. We have some adjournments, and we got some supervisors' comments, and so I don't know what order. Let's go county exec, supervisor comments, then we'll take off agenda, and then we'll come back to adjournments.
I do have one county exec comment. Is when we were reviewing the zoning code, there's an issue that's come up on the tattoo parlors, and there's a desire expressed by Supervisor Natoli for us to come back with an ordinance or an amendment to the zoning code. I just want to make sure that the board's aware that we're going to start working on that and come back to you in the near future to have a discussion about that. There's some issues that we've had with it, that there's a desire to look at it. Should this be a use permit? Is existing rules sufficient? If they're not, what other rules can be put in place? So I just wanted to solicit board input to make sure that you all are aware that we're working on this item.
Okay, thanks, Dan. And I know it's just the idea to have a discussion around that and whether a use permit will be appropriate or not. And obviously, it's for this board to decide. We take it up in that discussion at the time you bring it forward. So, okay. All right, anything else on your comments? Okay, let's go to board member comments, starting to my left and moving this way.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have just passed out to you and my other colleagues here a packet of information, including a cover memo. The subject of the cover memo is hash oil abatement ordinance. I am here with, because it's not agendized for full discussion and consideration today, requesting our county CEO and county council to please come back at our very earliest convenience, hopefully by May 9th, in fact, for a draft ordinance for this board to consider that addresses the growing problem of honey or hash oil home processing here in Sacramento County. This is a chronic problem, in my estimation, that has not only plagued Sacramento County for a number of years, but other California jurisdictions, mostly in Northern California. And just briefly, this is the home processing of a very high concentrated form of cannabis into an oil extract that requires as its principal processing agent butane, which is a very, very highly flammable substance that is heavier than air. We have a number of instances in Sacramento County where butane vapor has sunk to the floors of homes and concentrated and sought ignition sources such as hot water heaters. And even static electricity is known to ignite what is a very volatile situation. Having discussed the subject with our local fire chiefs, they are expressing a great deal of support and certainly prepared to provide testimony at the right time in support of such an ordinance. This is a case where we don't necessarily need to invent the wheel. Like I mentioned, there are other jurisdictions in Northern California, such as the County of Shasta, City of Anderson, City of Chico, City of Eureka, that have considered and adopted these ordinances that would regulate regulate the sale and availability of butane in various quantities by certain types of retailers. So going to give this a great deal of thought. I will tell you that in my district, in the South Oak Park neighborhood alone, there are instances of convenience stores, liquor stores essentially, where you would think that the sale of butane in high quantities would not be something that you'd find on their sales floors, is actually occurring. In fact, they're selling butane in some cases what appears to be by the liter behind their cash registers. So this is the same neighborhood that has also suffered from a rash of residential home fires over the years. I don't have any proof that one is necessarily connected to the other, but regardless, there's plenty of media reports included in the packets that I just distributed to you that document the result of the use of butane and the home processing of hash oil here in our county. And I think it's high time that we give this the consideration it deserves to do something about it. So that is my expression of interest, formally so, to our county CEO, and I look forward to continuing to work with our county counsel's office and his office to bring back something to the board shortly.
Okay, thanks, Phil.
Mr. Chair, what we're looking at tentatively will be on May 9th at 3 p.m. So if that time does not work, we'll communicate back.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, good. Patrick, any comments? Susan, any comments? Sue? Okay, I just, before we get to the off agenda, I just, one follow-on particular note, and there was an article a few days back, but I know I've had a couple of inquiries, and I talked with our planning director, Leanne Moffett, about it, but there's been some interest expressed in tiny house communities and how we accommodate those currently under ordinance. We either do it through a mobile home park or subdivision and or through just your typical subdivision, but I think that as we look at some of the housing challenges along with housing opportunities, and again, I don't know there's a way to assess the need necessarily, but I know I've been approached at least by one party down in the southern part of the county, not far south, but who has been, looking with, talking with some landowners about the opportunity to do that, and maybe in a fixed situation versus in the mobile situation. So I just wanted to kind of throw that idea out there. Mr. Gale doesn't need any immediate report back, but I've shared it with Leanne, and I know in our briefing on Monday, some interest, and so I think it's probably worth at least looking into, and maybe it's well accommodated in the marketplace already. So. All right, and I do have some adjournments, but we'll hold on those for a moment. So, Karen, off agenda item, you wanted to address the board on. Good afternoon once again.
Good afternoon. When you're old and you have a chance to come time and time again here, you remember the way things used to be, and I want it to change. I want legislation to come back before the people. Now it's behind closed doors, so that back door has to be closed, and that open door right here in front of these chambers, these supervisors, all of you here in this room, need to let the people know who you are, and you are defined by legislation that is presented to you, local level, state, federal level. We need to know what you're doing. We need to know what your thoughts are. There are bills out there that are so horrendous. Senate Bill 18. You're supposed to be receiving legislation that's going to have an impact on the county. This is a bill that could have huge negative impacts to the county. Religious freedom, liberty, parental rights. You need to be made aware of this. And I'm not too sure if the analysts that you have, they could very easily be a partisan political group and doesn't want the public to know how you are defined, what you support, what you oppose. I want you to bring back, if you will, transparency to these chambers, and by doing so, I think you'll have I know the people will feel better. When I come before you, most times I don't have trust for staff like the ones that before Mike Peterson, because they lied to us about that building where we would not be charged. There would not be a bond taken out on that building on La Sierra Drive, and there was. So when there isn't trust, when doors are closed, there isn't transparency, we come here angry, upset, concerned that we're not represented. And I do hope that you will bring every month, whenever there's a hearing on any form of legislation, that it comes before this board, because we have a right to know who you are. Thanks so much.
Good. Thank you, Karen. Thanks for being with us this afternoon, those comments. Okay. All right. Then let's go to our adjournments. I know Supervisor Frost, and then I have a couple as well. So.
Thank you. It's with sadness that I announce the passing of council member and former mayor Mel Turner of Citrus Heights. Mel was a good friend, and I'm told that he passed away peacefully in the wee hours of the morning. He was 67 years old. He died on April 20th. There was a ceremony, I believe it was the next day. The community in Citrus Heights gathered. There were over 100 people there, and they lowered the flag to half-mast and had a ceremony with the city employees and community members and community leaders that were able to attend. Mel was a dedicated public servant throughout his life. For 24 years, he worked for the state of California in the Department of Personnel Administration, the Department of Justice, and finally the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation before retiring. Prior to that, he worked on as an adult probation officer in San Mateo County, where he received national recognition in crime prevention as the director of Capture, a countywide community-based crime prevention program. Mel continued to serve his community. In 2009, he was appointed to the Citrus Heights Planning Commission and elected to Citrus Heights City Council in 2010. From December of 2013 to December of 2014, he served as mayor and was re-elected to the City Council in 2014. It was Mel in 2012 who encouraged me to run for City Council. I was a community volunteer, And he was a friend who I met along the way, and so in a sense, he invited me to do something that I didn't imagine I ever would, or didn't see that in myself. And I have appreciated his mentorship over time. He is credited as the founding member of the Citrus Heights Police Activities League, a member of Citrus Heights Rotary Club, and he served on the Sacramento Metropolitan Cable Television Commission, and represented the City of Sacramento County Sheriff's Community Outreach Advisory Board. Mel had received his master's degree in human resources and organizational development from the University of San Francisco, and to help spread his knowledge, he taught at the University of San Francisco and the Sacramento City College as an adjunct faculty. He truly had a passion for people, for fostering youth, for the community. He waged a very courageous battle against pancreatic cancer over, I believe it was over a year or a year and a half. He was part of some very cutting-edge programs that I think probably extended his life. His last public appearance was in Citrus Heights when they kicked off the 20-year anniversary in January. And he is survived by his wife, Connie, of 33 years, and 2 children and 5 grandchildren. Mel leaves behind a city and a community that are better for his efforts and his dedication. He was loved by the entire community and respected as a leader in the region, and he will be deeply missed. And so I hope you will pray for Mel's family, and may you rest in peace, Mel, because we are going to miss you, and you will live on in our hearts.
Thank you, Supervisor Frost. And I think it was maybe by fate or a little irony that on the very same day that Mel, who you very aptly described, and we all knew him as a colleague in service, certainly in his civic service, but certainly his generous spirit, then on the very same day that Mel passed away, we lost another colleague from the Rancho Cordova City Council, Dan Skoglund. And I think many of the things that you've said about Mel could be echoed about Dan as well. I think that willingness and interest in serving one's community, and both of them in fledgling cities that came out of the 90s and early part of the first decade of the 2000s. Both of them, but certainly Dan, I know, were longtime residents of the communities in which they serve. Turning to Dan just for a moment, I've known Dan for probably 35 years. He first moved to Rancho Cordova in the mid-1970s, and I know it wasn't too long after I started with the County of Sacramento in the late 70s that I met him. He was actively engaged in the 2030 Club and certainly the Rancho Cordova Rotary. And over the years, from time to time, would have a chance to meet with him at the Cordova Community Council at the time, and see some of his advocacy for the community and for small businesses. And he was employed with California Moving Systems for some 35 years. Graduate of Sacramento High School and attended Sacramento City College. But I think his interest in serving his community when the city of Rancho Cordova was established in 2003, I think sparked additional interest in Dan, and he stepped up when the first vacancy on the council from the when Dave Roberts, who was the first mayor, passed away suddenly. Dan had been appointed to the Planning Commission, was Rancho Cordova first Planning Commission, was then tabbed to fill the vacancy created by Dave Roberts' unfortunate and untimely passing. He then went on to, as described in Supervisor Frost's description of Mel, he went on to be elected to that seat in 2006, again 2010, 2014, and served both as mayor and vice mayor in different capacities during that time that he served on the council. And certainly in the last couple of years, he was challenged with some painful ailments and had gone through some surgeries, and actually when he passed away was at home and with family. And I would just say, too, that he was, again, very a kind spirit, someone who cared about young people and was always very friendly and cordial, but certainly was every bit as strong advocate for his community as anyone else that I've known from that part of the county. And his heart was in Rancho Cordova, and certainly he leaves a legacy of service, community service, and also leaves behind a family. His wife, Pamela, has two sons, John and Jeffrey, and a daughter-in-law and grandson, Benjamin, who I know he took a great shine to, and talked about him frequently in the last few times I've talked to him. So again, another big hole certainly in the fabric of our community, and we would just echo the comments that our thoughts and prayers and sympathies go with certainly the Skoglund family, and we're going to miss Dan in his capacity of sitting here on this dais and elsewhere and providing leadership that he did in his community, but certainly in the broader Sacramento community. So I just ask if there are any other comments people wanted to add about Dan or Mel. I have one other adjournment that's, yes, Susan.
Just briefly, I knew both of them. I knew Mel just from his service on some of the boards that we sit on, and I don't think I've met anybody nicer who was on any of the boards we're on. He was always had a smile, a nice thing to say. He was really a prince, and I was sad when I heard that he had pancreatic cancer. I talked to Jeff Slowey a couple of weeks ago at a SACOG meeting, and he said they had a big going away party for him a couple of weeks ago. So that was really nice, and he was still able to talk to everyone who came to visit him. So he will be missed. And then Dan, I've known for 25 years. He's moved me, I just counted on my fingers, 8 times in 25 years. And I've recommended the company and him to many other people, and always did a nice job. Anyway, he was always just very cheery and, oh, don't worry about this, that's not going to get broken, and And then he went on the city council, and I got to know him a little bit better. So very nice man, and I know his family will be stricken for some time in the council, so send my sympathy.
Thanks. Phil?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too want to certainly lend my condolences to the Turner and Skoglund families. And I would only add, and I appreciate certainly all the very appropriate, heartfelt words of Supervisor Frost and Natoli and Peters, but I do think it's the appropriate situation to maybe let the viewing public know that those of us that do seek the voters' confidence and choose this lifestyle, and it is a lifestyle, to serve an elective office. We're a fairly small group here in the 6-county region. There's not a whole lot of us. Each of us serves on a board, commission, council, and then one of the biggest surprise to all of us when we run for office is we probably did not think that we're going to serve on 30 other boards and commissions, but that is the case, and so there's a lot of cross-pollination in terms of the people that you get a chance to serve with from different communities other than your own. And it's a great way to learn about those communities, and in fact learn why the region is so special with the different challenges and opportunities we face daily as your elected leaders. And so when one of us passes, and then in this case, unfortunately, two pass on the very same day, it gives us a great deal of pause to reflect on not just our own, human condition and mortality, but certainly the sacrifices that come along with what we do, and there are a lot of them, especially as it relates to families. And so I think it's that much more important in a circumstance like this to let the families of those who have passed on to know how much we do sincerely appreciate the fact that you joined them in a decision for them to serve, and that came with time away from them, and it was for the broader good of their communities, and always sincere. And I think it's appropriate that we not only reflect on the great people that both Dan and Mel were, but also I just want to say on behalf of all of us what we're all feeling, which is a great deal of thanks to their families for letting them serve.
Very well said. Okay, noting again the wonderful comments made about both Mel and Dan, I just want to turn to one other adjournment, and again, kind of in a similar vein. Didn't happen on April 20th. In this case, the gentleman, Jerry Strong, who was a pillar in the Elk Grove community. He was a lifelong resident, descendant of some of the pioneer families in the Franklin community in Elk Grove area, passed away on April the 9th. And Jerry, too, had a very courageous battle with a number of health ailments over the last few years, but I think in his inimitable way, not unlike others who struggle with certain health challenges, he never let it get him down, and he continued to serve his community in a fashion that was truly Jerry Strong. They had a service for him, a memorial service this past Sunday, and there were several hundred folks gathered in the Project Ride Arena in Elk Grove, and it was interesting that a couple of the speakers, and in fact, Father O'Connor, Monsignor O'Connor, made the comment that you can look around at people's contributions and achievements and so forth, and he said, and sometimes there are monuments and so forth, and he pointed to the arena and said, this is the cathedral that's a tribute to Jerry and his wife Jeannie, who were inseparable, married for 59 years, and their contributions to not just the physical arena and all the accoutrements there, but certainly to the program, which has served hundreds, if not thousands, of people with developmental disabilities and challenges, with a horseback therapy program that's renowned, certainly in Northern California, but probably elsewhere. And I can just tell you that his commitment to that program, because he also had a knack, and maybe along the way, each of us at some function, not so much in recent years, but he had the Red Oak Barbecue, and they did functions for Project Ride and the SPCA and for a number of different events throughout the community. And he understood how to cook for the masses, but also, for great numbers of people, but to make sure that it was always done to perfection and that it had that, the right seasoning and so forth. And you had this great, detail orientation. And they talked about it a bit too, that in some cases, if you were working a particular function or dinner, you might expect to receive, 3 or 4 calls a day from Jerry, just wanting to know if this detail was taken care of and if you had this silverware and did you have the seasoning for the beans and so forth. And yet he found time to do other things. He served as a volunteer firefighter for many years, as was noted, and certainly the Casitas Fire Department more recently was very near and dear to his heart, and actually gave him a final ride home from the hospital a few days before his passing. And there was actually a ceremony on Saturday where they had a horse-drawn hearse, again led by the Casitas Fire Department, to take him to his final resting place there at Hilltop Cemetery in Elk Grove. But he leaves behind his wife, Jeannie, again, herself a pillar in the community, a daughter, Geraldine, sons Jeff, Jed, Jared, and Jay, a sister, and then many grandchildren and great-grandchildren. In a community that I really will feel the loss. His presence, although in recent years, due to his health challenges, wasn't able to get around as they liked to, but he loved horses, he loved farming and ranching, and was quite a prankster. And some of the things over the years, friends that had been with him on different fundraising expeditions or on horse rides and different things, relayed some stories. Again, that were very, very humorous, but also showed the great sense of humor that he had, the great wit, but that he really loved his fellow human beings in so many ways, and he did it more broadly, but certainly with his family and large circle of friends. his loss will be felt for many, many years in that community, but certainly in our community more broadly. And so it's with a great deal, certainly, of respect and love and affection for Jerry and for what he meant to our community, and certainly to me as one of his friends, that we, again, just will adjourn here today and certainly send our sympathies and thoughts and prayers to his family, as we do to Mel's and Dan's as well. So unless there's anything else to add, then I would note that we'll adjourn today in the honor of Mel Turner, Dan Scoglin, and Jerry Strong. And with that, unless there's anything else, we will adjourn.
That's it.
Thanks.